Comrades, welcome back to my personal hell. I honestly don't know what to think of this game, honestly. I really don't. I've always told myself that if I wasn't having fun or I hated playing something, I would stop playing it. And I feel like that's held true for the most part, although generally I'm pretty good about knowing what I will and will not like. This game has managed to just skate by with like the bare minimum. Like it's really pushing the envelope as far as like I have moments where I'm like, why have I not stopped playing? And then other moments where I'm like, you know, kind of jazzed to play it or to strategize or plan things out or, you know, gamer nerd shit. Someone asked last stream if I'd be doing New Game Plus for this. I mean, I did it for Dark Souls. I will not be doing it for this one immediately. And I'll tell you why. The reason why is because I'm actually going to start over with a new save file and play it on my own time. And get like a proper playthrough without all... This game is horrendously hostile to people playing blind. And I just don't want to continue with this playthrough through to New Game Plus, so I'll probably be starting something over and starting something new, and yeah. As for this stream, it's all but been spoiled for me that I'm very close to the finale, and honestly the game's making it kind of obvious. So what this stream is going to be is it's going to be me slamming my face against the DLC up until about we'll say like the 4 or 5 hour mark. And once I hit that mark, however far I've gotten in the DLC, I'm stopping and I'm gonna go, you know, try and fight the final boss or whatever. We'll say 5 or 6 hour mark, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so that's the plan. Also, welcome, Melanius. But yeah, the case in point for my, like, love-hate relationship with this game, I have not been able to bring myself to stream more than 1 day a week for the past 3 weeks. That's awful. I mean, by my standards that I hold myself to, that's awful. But this game has such a, like, just passionate fan base that I know if I, like, intersperse this with a playthrough of something else, I don't know. I could be surprised, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm definitely gonna need a break from Soulsborne stuff for like a solid year after this, I think. I know people have mentioned Sekiro and Elden Ring, and I went and read reviews of both those games, and then also read reviews of this game, and just taking the general temperature, I'm like, these don't see... I mean, I don't know. They're probably amazing games. I will never, you know, unless I have a bunch of people telling me that it's, you know, significantly less sadomasochistic than this game. Sadistic on the part of the game, masochistic on my part. I probably will never play another Soulsborne game blind. I would never do that. It was fun for Dark Souls, and but just, yeah. Anyway, it really has And it sucks because, like, there's something about it that makes me want to keep going. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's that same, you know, sort of catharsis and adrenaline that fueled Dark Souls, but like the really frustrating thing, okay, is these Chalice dungeons, honestly. If everything that was locked behind these motherfucking Chalice dungeons was not locked behind these Chalice dungeons, that would obviously, it's a totally separate issue from the brutal difficulty, but like I don't want to do them. They're boring, and they're and I was reading up about, I went ahead and started like gently nudging my embargo up on information in the game. Not to any significant degree, but like I was reading on like some just general information about Chalice dungeons, and like apparently the one that I got stuck on, everything from that point on, including that point arguably, is like guides say to do them in co-op. Like, just don't even bother trying to do them by yourself unless you're like grossly over leveled. And it's like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, I don't know. I think I mean, just ugh, I hate the Chalice dungeons. I really do. I even like unplugged a couple of them and reset them off stream, and I noticed that like when you do that, it literally resets the dungeon as if you've never beaten it before. You can collect all the loot again. You can even get like the I've started to pick up on the fact that like you get insight when you fight bosses just for free, but it's just for those boss fights, and when you reset these dungeons you can fight the bosses again and get the insight again. That's why I have so much right now, well, relative to how much I've had generally. And that's just, I mean, it's cool to kind of have figured, for me to have figured that out, right? But at the same time, like, just how unabashedly grindy, like, what, you know, I'm supposed to, oh, god damn it. And then I also tried, one of these is a, is this it? I can't remember. I can't remember where I put everything. Lower, let's see, Lower Thumerian, that's a shared fixed dungeon. And then, okay, this is one of the root chalices. So I actually, you know, I farmed up some materials in the first one, and by resetting it, and then I went in here, and they are indeed, you know, randomized, but they are also much bigger and longer, and it's just tedious. It takes you out of the world, and the world is not. I mean, I don't know. I have so many things to say about this game, and like, they're all contrary, seemingly, to the general trend of things. From, you know, what I've heard, it's gotten better because I've gotten access to some more weapons and started to kind of flesh out my playstyle a little bit. But at the same time, like, I don't even know if this is the playstyle I would have wanted. It's just what I kind of fell into over time. Last stream, you guys may remember, I was having I had a little bit of a sore throat towards the end, and I did indeed get a little bit of a mild upper respiratory infection. And it came and went, but I'm still kind of like congested, like in my throat. Not so much in my in the area between my nose and my throat. That's where it is, and it's like, ugh. So, excuse that in advance. There were, I don't know. I think, when I started the game, I had, much higher hopes starting the game. I was interested by what I heard, and the concept intrigued me, and everything I'd heard about it, and the aesthetic and all that. And, that held true for the most part, right up until, it was starting to kind of, like, show its true colors sooner than this, but I think it was probably about, you know, assuming I'm at the end of the game right now, it was probably about the halfway point. At the halfway point, I was like, yeah, this isn't getting better. This is just, like, it just, I don't know. And the other thing, honestly, is that, like, the story in this one... I mean, granted, I didn't really follow the story very well in Dark Souls either, but it was, I feel like this one is even more just esoteric for the sake of itself. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about that.
Gammon awaits you. Go on.
I also don't know, like, what... I didn't care in Dark Souls, but in this game, I've realized what I really wish New Game Plus would have for Soulsborne games, and that's, like, a one-time... I feel like it would be a nice... I think it would be a nice thing for these games to have a respec option for, like, when you beat the game. That should be part of the reward for beating the game. Like, you get to respec once, you know, like a one-time respec, or maybe a partial respec or something. I don't know. I didn't really think of it in Dark Souls, but in this game, I'm like, oh god, I really wish I could fucking respec. This is also another reason why I'm not gonna play these blind anymore. I'm not gonna play these blind. This is just... There's just too much regret that sullies the experience. I can't imagine a harder way to play these games than to play them blind. And I think I'm gonna 180 again and turn away from Blood Tinge and go to Arcane for my secondary sort of offensive stat for now. Because the weapon I've gotten really good with is all skill in Arcane. I think definitely before I play another Soulsborne game, I'm gonna have to, like, have a palate cleanser. Not just with any game, because I'm gonna be playing Pokemon Infinite Fusion after this, goddammit, I'm so gonna be playing that. But also, like, the next, like, game that I play that is, like, roughly in the same genre as this is not going to be a Soul, it's gonna be something else. Maybe I'll play Darksiders 2. That's been a thing I've been like promising and alluding to and wanting to do really for a while. It's just I did kind of play the shit out of that game back in the day, and so I struggle to think of a new way to play it. But yeah, I need some sort of like action RPG palate cleanser in between. Yeah, all that said, I don't hate this game. Like, you know, I hated Prey. That's a game I hated. Fuck that game. I don't even respect that game. Like, you know, I wouldn't piss on that game if it was on fire. Speaking of on fire, I've got all this insight, and I'm trying to think of whether or not I want to spend it or not. I wish I could sell things for insight, because I got a bajillion of these bloodstone shards I don't fucking need anymore. And they don't even sell that well, so it's like not even like I can do that. There's some other shit I did off stream. I'm trying to remember. Oh, that dude with that really fast, like, monk sort of dude that was in the DLC area. It was like one of the last people to kill me before I gave up and left and went and did other things. I went back and I killed that guy. And he dropped a badge, and that badge gave me access to not really much of anything exciting. It gave me these delayed Molotovs, and I think I can also make, yeah, there's this piercing rifle thing that we have in here now. I cannot for the life of me understand what the purpose of this is. Eyeballing the stats, I've been able to kind of like piece together like that the hunter pistol, this piercing rifle, and Evelyn are basically remixes of each other. So like you have the hunter pistol, which has like average scaling, average damage. This one, Evelyn, has bad damage and great scaling, and this thing has the best damage out of the three but garbage scaling. And like that's such a just go fuck yourself thing to put in the DLC. Like, I just... This, you know, there's a, there's like a behavioral science thing or something that I've heard at some point in the past. You know, that says like, yeah, if you're gonna say no to one thing, you should say yes to something else. Like a, not this, but this. Basically, from a game design standpoint, the point I'm trying to make is this game is really good at punishing you, but like really bad at rewarding you. It's not even that it like is good at it and does it sparsely. It's just bad at it. Like the catharsis and stuff from beating tough bosses, that's one thing, but like when you put a shitty weapon in like the end game, a weapon that would not have been out of place for you to find like after the first or second boss in the DLC, that's dumb. Why would you do that? That's just like filler. I don't know. These are things that I would not notice if this game had not traumatized me, so I probably wouldn't even be paying attention to them. So I got all these weapons that I can't use because I didn't spec for strength. I'm noticing also that, like, of these, the high, like, so the highest requirement I see for any, okay, so like 20, that's like the highest requirement for any of these. In Dark Souls, you had things that were requiring stats in the 30s, all the way up to 40, you know, that kind of thing. So, like, it encouraged you to specialize and really focus down those goals. In this, it seems like if I had known, I could have just smeared all of my stat points across every stat and been able to use everything. And, like, yeah, sure, my damage probably would have been garbage, but, like, it just, I don't... Ugh. I'm just nitpicking at this point, but, you know, I acknowledge that. It's just, I don't know, it's just frustrating. Oh yeah, and I leveled up this thing. Oh, and I also went back to, Murgo's Loft, whatever it's called, that place. And I explored that place a little bit more. And, found some stuff. And I also found this big ball of eyeballs. And, died a lot. And then eventually figured out... Long story short, I killed it. And for killing it, I got a piece of string, I think. A piece of string. She's like, ah, hey, like, you just didn't, you know, endured some, like, batshit ordeal to, like, finally get this thing in a position where you can even hit it. And... it just this quest, and your reward is some fucking string. I can't. Anybody that watches this after the fact, like, you know, don't get defensive. I'm not shitting on your favorite game. I'm just bitching. Like, this is not, my words mean nothing. I'm not a professional game critic. I have strong opinions and, you know. Okay. I leveled up this thing because, actually, I don't remember why. I think I just wanted to, you know, try it out a little bit more and play with it, and I was just overflowing with blood gemstones and that kind of thing. Just needed something to spend them on. I'm going to sell some of these because they are just cluttering my inventory something fierce. I just hate scrolling past all of them. I'll never use that. Like, just... my brain is constantly just racing with things like, I would have done this. It would be cool if this... And they're not even things that would make the game easier, they're just things that would make it more fun and engaging, and... Like, I wish you could exchange these for something other than blood echoes. You know, or like, you know, just... Or, you know, pull a bunch of them. I mean, I would even take, like, if I could sell, like, 5 of these crap ones, and have a chance at getting... Like, if I could, you know, these... Like, this one's rating 7, right? So, like, maybe I could exchange 5 rating 7s for, like... a chance at, like, for, like, a rating 8, or, like, a chance at a rating 9 that maybe have better... Yeah, just something like that. Something that's, like... Just, I don't know. Got a bunch of these cursed gems that I've picked up on the fact that when it says cursed, it means that it's got like a debuff on it somewhere. Like it'll have stats, but then it'll also have, like, it'll have at least one stat that actually, like, lowers something. And it's like, oh, gee, thanks. That's what I always wanted. Also, I really don't understand why you can sell these. These, as far as I can tell, these are one of a kind. Why would you ever sell them? Especially since they who you know, like, the economy with, like, leveling in this game, and, like, you collect blood echoes, you level up with them, and then the cost for leveling up goes up. That's scaled. It's steep, it's pricey, but it's scaled very well. This whole shit of, like, selling things and getting... I do not understand why they made it so that, like, things get more expensive as you progress through the game, but, like, what you get for selling things, which you can do from the beginning of the game, for whatever reason, is garbage. You get fucking empty peanut shells for selling half this shit. Never in my life have I played an RPG that has, like, made me shed my, like, inner, like, gamer hoarding instinct. I mean, I mean, I may not be a fan of it, but that's an achievement, I guess. I got 49 of these things. You know, I guess I'm gonna buy one of these weapons I don't have yet, and or I don't know, maybe I won't. I guess I could buy this stupid Kirk hammer thing. Can't use it, but it'll be there for my New Game Plus, and it's something to spend the money on right now. It's not even just dying, like the game punishes you for like buying and selling things. Or, I don't know, it feels that way to me. So now I've got these blood echoes here, and I don't want them, and I want to get rid of them. Fuck it. Okay, so now I could... Well, that's an interesting dilemma. I could upgrade this twice, or I could upgrade this... Yeah, sure, why not? I really want to spend one of those blood rock things, but I feel like I'm just so used to making decisions in this game and then regretting them. So that's part of why I'm like it takes me so long to do anything, is because I'm already indecisive by nature with certain things in video games. I'm indecisive with anything I care about. With anything that I don't care about, I'm the most decisive. Alright, let's see, what am I gonna do here? Definitely all damage reduction. Hmm. Gonna try something here. Greetings, valiant warriors and troubadours. With a scuffle and relative kerfuffle, I pray your days and nights find you in favorable acclaim. With the Earth Mother's feng shui? Rally out. Oh my god. Oh, dude, they're getting better and better. You missed nothing major. You've missed 30 minutes of me bitching about the game. Just having a lot of feelings. Sort of venting all the thoughts that I've been kind of like stewing over in the last week. And, trying to prepare for what I have on the agenda, which is to slam my face against the DLC for 5 to 6 hours, and then to cap off the stream, go fight what I'm pretty sure is going to be the final boss. Yeah. I do not expect to beat the DLC, but I don't care. I'm ready to be done. I want to do New Game Plus for this, but I am not ready to do it in the foreseeable future, gonna be honest. And yeah, I'm just trying to experiment, I guess. Not really too sure. Well, that's nice. Actually, I have 3 of these recovery things now. That's cool. I don't even know where I got the other one. It really did, and it's... I know this seems like a cop-out or like I'm making excuses. It's really not just the difficulty, it's the fact that there's no pick-me-up or reward. The game does not know how to... The game goes all in on the punish, and there's no payoff. There's very little to sort of like... I'm at these sessions where I'm like strategizing and trying to like, you know, flesh out my build to prepare for wherever I'm going. They take so long because I'm like, there's so few choices, and your decisions are just, the impact they have is so minuscule, and there's no upgrade paths for your weapons. Like, there's so much shit is locked behind the fucking Chalice dungeons. I fucking hate those things, I swear to God. And I went ahead and spoiled a couple of other details about them for myself. Quote unquote spoiled. I just like Googled a few things, you know, not even like guides, just sort of general information about them. And so much shit is locked behind them, and like I'm at the point with the hardest Chalice dungeon I've been able to kind of work on is the point where like there's a lot of people on the internet say, you know, don't even bother with these like on your first playthrough unless you're doing co-op, and it's like, fuck you. It's just fuck you. Like, I don't just, oh God, I'm sorry. I feel bad for anybody that like really loves this game, of which I know there are several people that have been regularly showing up to these, because like it sounds like I'm shitting on your favorite game ever, and I'm really not. I'm just... If I hated it and thought it was a bad game, I would not still be playing it. It's just... oof. And I was saying earlier, like, yeah, never playing a Soulsborne game blind again. Never again. Oh, here the shit's fucking with me again. I think that there's nothing equipped because of the fucking... of the things up there being empty, even though they're not empty up there. So like I'm like, wait, don't I have these equipped? Oh yes, I do. It just fuck these menus. I cannot stop bitching about this game. Like it's. I'm even getting self-conscious about it. Wait, I don't understand. Wait, what? Oh no, never mind. I got confused again. The way that the blood gem effects are laid out on the menu here really like trips me up. Like I thought I had extra HP recovery stuff, but I actually don't. I've got the same number that I've always had. Joke's on me. I tried to like customize some of my weapons, like, you know, so that they were more specialized, but it's really difficult. It really is. Also, these attack versus the kin and attack versus beast up things, I can never tell if those are working because the effect must just be so small. I've never gotten rapid poison to apply to anything. That's the other thing. There's no weapons that have like innate stat. I mean, there's like a couple apparently. There was like one, and it was the one that drains your HP, the one that I put in my storage because fuck that. But like, not a lot of. I mean, there's not a lot of weapons, period. But of the ones that there are, there's just not many that have interesting additional effects or anything like that. It's just. I don't know, and I know they transform, so it's technically two weapons in one, yada yada, but still. I'm torn between, like, investing in damage on this and... or making this the damage one and trying to maybe scrape out some kind of poison effect or statuses on this one. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever do a blind playthrough of another Soulsborne game. It's just, there's just too much... It... There's too much, like, regret involved in doing that. It'd still be a blind in terms of the story, but I'm not I'm not gonna do this song and dance where I go through and like try and avoid any knowledge of the mechanics unless I figure it. No, not doing that. Okay, got that taken care of. Actually, you know, let me just make this like a full-on fire weapon. I got this tiny tonitrus thing is like has lightning on it, and that's kind of cool. There's no like melee weapon, at least not that I've found, that does the whole has like an innate fire element. I also have no idea what this moves all of your attack, just, you know, just like, you know, the occult and divine skill tree weapon progression things in Dark Souls. This moves all of your attack over to the other element or whatever, but it doesn't disable the scaling or change the scaling in any way, and you can actually just add flat amounts of attack even after that's done. But I don't know if that like is I don't know if that's active. I don't know if that's actually in use on the weapon or not, or if it's just wasted stats. It's really hard to tell. And so, like, is this better? You know, I get 8 extra points of fire attack, but I lose those 6 physical attack ones? Is that... Is there a point? Does it matter? Who knows? Okay, almost done. Why is this? Oh my god, this thing! Look at that! Look at that right there. That's rank or level, whatever the term is. There's those numbers 7, 12, 13, 7, 7, 8. This one's ranked 12. It's plus 16.5%. This one's ranked 13, and it's plus 12. And you know, they're sorted by this rarity, this ranking thing. So like I don't know. Trying to decide if I want to put anything on this. Guess it can't hurt. Alright, I'm trying something new with my Carol runes where I'm actually going to try and see if I can milk visceral attacks for health and bullets, but remains to be seen how effective I'm going to be at that. Every time I think I've gotten really good at doing interrupts and visceral attacks, it's like I'll just go on a spree of just fucking them up. "31 pebbles, sure, why not?" Alright, DLC, let's go be miserable. I came back here and unlocked a shortcut. But just to kind of like get a warm-up, I'm actually not going to abuse that shortcut yet, and instead I'm going to go the usual route. And nothing to lose, so I figured I would try and... I don't think I can interrupt those guys. Or if I can, I'm really bad at it. I did it, but then I fucked it up. I'm just wasting bullets at this point. Like, you can't even, because of the ammunition thing, like, you can't even really practice. Okay, so that's nice. I'm getting bullets and health from those now. It's just not exactly super reliable. Why did those guys just sit there and let me kill them? I'm not carrying a torch or anything, am I? They were like shielding themselves like I had the fucking torch out. I would say the main thing that's fun about this game is the survival horror aspect of it, but like, because that's always fun, like just, you know, but like the game doesn't really encourage that. Like it seems like it rewards you far more heavily when you just say fuck it and take off running. Damn it. Shit. Look at all the bullets I wasted just trying to interrupt that guy once and then never did it. Yeah, okay, the visceral attacks restore X, Y, or Z gimmick. I don't think it's working. In fact, fuck it. I don't want to waste any more resources. I'm just gonna swap out my Carol runes real quick.
Gammon awaits you.
Whoops. Not what I meant to do. Where's the thing? Alright, here we go. God damn it. Fucking finally. The window for those guys with visceral attacks is like super late in the animation, I think. How dare you throw that rock at me! Ah! Oh man, he is just shaking with anger. You can interrupt them, okay, nice. Neato. I gotta drop 6 blood vials, holy shit. Alright, guess we should figure out what's going on in here. You know, once I'm done having second, third, and fourth thoughts about the matter. Oh shit. Seriously? Just get out. I know I don't feel like going back down there yet, so... Fuck it, let's just rip the band-aid off. Alright, come on, boss, where are you at? Wait, did I already come in here? This looks familiar. Yeah, I think I did. Trying to deduce what I could have picked up here. I think I did this off stream, but I think there was an item here. I just can't remember what it was. Whatever it was, it probably wasn't these things. Was it this? No, this is... I've had that forever. Whatever. Who knows? Alright, so yeah, there's nothing here apparently. I just realized I hadn't looked at what gear I was wearing since I started the stream. I've noticed that there's a trend with armor for it to... Certain stats seem to come in groups. Like... anytime there's a piece that has good physical defense and good... It usually has only one of blunt. Like, basically, at best, 2 of the 3 physical defense stats. Or, I don't know, is blood? I don't know if blood's physical or not, but whatever. I think it is, because I've seen it go up with the carol. But yeah, like... So, you'll get physical defense and blunt and thrust, or physical and thrust. And then, you know, at best. And then the other one's shit. But if you do have a piece that's got, like, you know, 2 good physical stats, usually the other, like, non-physical stats are, like, really bad. Like, nothing... Like, I'm thinking about those guys with those exploding hammers, and I'm like, okay, that's probably blunt damage, and, like, maybe fire. Like, try to find... But, like, it could also be... I don't know. Like, I guess this is probably good. Really hard to tell. I know I've said this a million times. Like, here, look at this. You know, 60 physical, 50 thrust, 30 blunt, and I don't know. It's just whenever I want 2 specific stats to be high, it's basically impossible to find, like, it just... There's never you know, or if you do find one that's got those 2 stats high, like the other stats, I don't know. I'm just bitching. Ugh. Let's see, 60 fire. Yeah, that's physical defense on that is hot garbage. Anything that's got a 40 in one of the physical defense stats for like a non-body piece like scares the shit out of me. I like never wear those. Hey Razor. How's it going? I'm in like full-on bitch mode right now, so like I apologize in advance. No, nothing's got me down, so to speak. Like, nothing bad's happened, and, like, I've actually really only just barely scratched the surface of the stream. I'm just, like, I've had a solid week to just kind of, like, stew over my thoughts on the game. And I've gotten most of it out of my system at this point, but, like, stuff keeps coming up, and I'm like, why is this like this? God damn it. You know, I also realized I probably shot myself in the foot by selling several pieces of gear, not knowing that there would be no way to buy them back. That was another thing. I was expecting more vendors. There's the vendors in the Hunter's Dream, and that's it. Like there was you know, at least half a dozen places to buy things, not counting like the blacksmiths, which also had shops of their own, in Dark Souls. Here, I don't know, there's just... It's very clear that just like these pieces of gear right here, they reallocated a bunch of, like, focus into different parts of the game and took it from other areas, rather than just being a straight improvement. Like, all these gear pieces are... Probably, if you add all these numbers up, like, 90% of these are within, like, 10 or 20 points of each other. It's just moving numbers around, and... yeah. I read up a little bit more on the Chalice dungeons, and I caught wind of some opinions regarding the one that I'm stuck on and the ones following it. And those opinions basically amounted to, on your first playthrough, you're going to want to co-op these. And I'm like, seriously? Like, co-op's required to get to these, you know, to not suffer miserably through these dungeons that, like, apparently half the game's, like, good treasure is locked behind. I hate Chalice dungeons. I really, like, that's one thing I'll definitively say. Like, I hate them. I'm sure the stuff that, I mean, I don't know, I've yet to find anything that really made me, you know, took my breath away in them, but I'm sure the stuff you can find in them is amazing and makes it worth it, but I just don't, like, on principle almost, I just don't like that you've got this, like, you got a bunch of these, like, side dungeons that are, like, completely segregated from the rest of the game, and behind which most of the game's, like, fun treasure is locked. I don't know, that just really irks me. And you can, I discovered on my own that you can actually, like, unplug them and plug them back in. It resets them. And then you can just farm the bosses and stuff. Farming is not something that, so, like, you know, Dark Souls had some farming. And I was fine with that. It was just the right amount of farming. It didn't need more. Anyway, I'm basically going to be slamming my face against the DLC all day until, you know, we get into the late afternoon, and then I'll probably go and do whatever's next. Sure seems like it's a final boss, so I'm actually kind of hoping this will be the last stream of this for a while. I'm definitely not doing New Game Plus immediately. I do want to do it. I like this game. It's just... the everything is so backloaded towards this like optional or PvP oriented content, and you know, the DLC and like the tail end of the game. That's just like, it's all punishment and no reward. I don't mind the punishment. Punishment's fine. I would like a yes to go along with the no. I do, yeah. I'm venting. And like I said, I apologize in advance. But I don't like leaving things unfinished, and I haven't streamed this in over a week. I haven't streamed period in over a week. Which is another effect of playing this game, I'm convinced, is it actually kind of wears me out on streaming in general. Yeah. I used these. Maybe. Wait, maybe not. Alright. I really don't want, like, I don't know why I care. I doubt, like, you know, maybe more than like one person a month tops ever watches the VODs for these. I don't want anyone to think that, like, I want the game to be easier, because it's not that. I want the game to be, like, emotionally and psychologically easier by giving me things to boost my morale after going through an ordeal. Not necessarily things that would... You know, at the beginning of the stream, I was excited because I was reading the stupid menus wrong, and I thought that I had, like, an extra HP continues to recover +1 thing. In practice, those things never save your life and are really just to help you save blood vials if you're willing to wait, like, 5 minutes. So they're not overpowered whatsoever. They're very, very balanced towards the underpowered side of things. But even so, I was actually excited for a second at the beginning of the stream when I thought I had, like, another one that I'd found and not realized I'd picked it up. I was like, oh, hey, now I have 3 of these. That's cool. It would probably have, like, not helped me at all, almost assuredly. But it was just a pick-me-up. And it would have been nice to have that. No, I don't feel like doing that. I'm going back the other way. Gonna do this place backwards. Yeah, I went in the church, although apparently I forgot that I had been in there. I went in there just now, like a few minutes ago, right before you hopped on the stream, and I was like, alright, let's go in here. I was expecting a boss. And then I completely forgot that I had actually, like... I came in here off stream, and apparently picked up something in here. Like, off stream, after the first day that I spent working on the DLC, at some point off stream I actually came in here and basically just did a marathon. I ran from the lamp all the way up to here, all the way around, fucking dodged everything, just fucking booked it, and ran through the house on the other side, ran down the stairs, ran up the stairs, got to that bridge, and then unlocked the shortcut. And then immediately peaced out. So yeah, now I'm gonna go utilize that. Also just been traumatized by those guys with the fucking hammers. Is this one of the guys with the hammers? Honestly, I cannot tell. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, my reasoning for coming through here and doing the shortcut was, you know, as opposed to doing the shortcut, was to kind of like get some of the rust off, because I was like, okay, let me go where the stakes are lower, and you know, to try and remember how to play the game. It hadn't even been that long since I played. I actually started up a separate save file because I was very much and still kind of am of the mindset that whenever I do New Game Plus for this, it's not going to be from this save file. And that is the reasoning for that, is mostly that I this is, you can tell that this is a blind playthrough, and yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing any more Soulsborne games blind. At least not mechanically blind. Like, I'm not going to, like, remain ignorant to game mechanics for the first playthrough. That's just, it's not, it's, what the fuck? Oh wow, this guy killed, yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. Come on. God damn it. Am I gonna have to, I'm gonna have to reload to get that, aren't I? But yeah, I doubt I'm gonna beat the DLC tonight. Or tonight. I could almost guarantee I'm not going to. But I'm just gonna try and get as far as I can get, and then I'm just gonna go beat the game, and then move on to something else. And I was saying earlier, even the next action RPG I play is not going to be a Soulsborne game. I'm going to need not just a palate cleanser as far as what I stream next, but as far as whatever the next, like, action RPG is that I play. Because, like I said, I know I keep saying this, I do like this game, and I love Dark Souls. But these are games that I feel like I have to be careful because I don't want to hate them. But I could very easily get to the point where I might start to, and I don't want to get to that point. Okay. Alright, well I guess the game was like, fuck you, you're not getting it. I guess because it was just a random drop, it's probably not... I don't know, maybe the game doesn't see fit to hold on to it for me. It's really weird though, like everything else usually comes back or is spawned somewhere else. I don't know where that thing went. Valkyrie Elysium? Oh, hell no. I was thinking that the lead contender, and again, this will be after Pokemon Infinite Fusion. I just want to like prepare everybody that showed up for Bloodborne. You know, J-Dot being the awesome fan that he is, showed up for Dark Souls and then stuck around for all the nonsense after that. But yeah, just want to prepare everybody that showed up for this. Something completely different, as Body Python would say, is coming after this. Shit. Okay, I give up. Whatever that was, it's gone. Yeah. In Infinite Fusion, like I'll go ahead and start talking about it to kind of give you guys a preview. It's not like any other Pokemon game, ROM hack, or I played Pokemon Insurgents, and that was like an RPG Maker game. This one's also an RPG Maker game, but it's not like anything else I've ever played before, because it's first of all, the Pokedex is like 15,000. There's 15,000 potential fusions or something like that, and the Pokedex has for all of them. Yeah, you could fuse everything. There's like just an avalanche of like quality of life items and like fun stuff. It takes place in Kanto, so like it's like if anybody remembers like Pokemon Gold and Silver and Crystal,
secrets are secrets for a reason, and some do not wish to be discovered.
Do they care if I have a little sit here?
Particularly unseemly.
What is, unseemly? The word unseemly always strikes me as synonymous with like scandalous. So I'm almost like, are we in the same game world here, or are you in like a daytime soap or something? Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so if you remember Pokemon Gold and Silver and Pokemon Crystal and all that, like you started out in Johto, and then after you beat the Elite Four, you got to go back to Kanto, and it was like a cool like 2-for-1 kind of thing. That was so cool. Why don't Pokemon games these days do that? Who gives a shit about some fucking open world fucking with like randomly generated loot like strewn everywhere, haphazardly, that has like no meaning whatsoever? Just little shiny glints on the ground. Who gives a shit about that? Who gives one fucking dusty, rounded down fuck? Why can't we go and, like, have a Pokemon game where you can just go to 2 whole different regions? Anyway, it's like that, but you start in Kanto, and then later you get to go to Johto. But you also get to go to the Sevi Islands like you did in Fire Red and Leaf Green. So it's really, like, It's very, very expansive, big game. There's a ton of randomizer and difficulty options. There's the Pokemon Fusion is actually, it's genius the way they balanced it. It's a little bit of a it seems underpowered or like kind of like not as fun as you would think at first. And then once you get over the fact that like Fusion usually doesn't it's pretty rare for like you to fuse two Pokemon and for them to have even slightly better stats like overall. You can do that, but you know, you have to kind of know what you're doing. But also, like, you can do all sorts of things. Like, you can make Pokemon of just, like, all manner of different types that you have never and probably will never get to enjoy in the main games. And also, like, you, so there's, like, a head and a body, right? So each fusion is, like, a head and a body. And, like, the, there's usually, there's basically the body, your, like, HP and special stats are skewed towards whatever the head had, and your physical and speed stats are skewed towards whatever the body had. And you can pick between the different abilities. Like, it seems busted at first, but like it's actually, it's just, I don't know, it's so fun. It's also really cool because you can make some really, really good Pokemon out of two shitty ones if you know what you're doing. Well, two competitively shitty ones. Like, two of my favorite Pokemon ever are Octillery and Magcargo. Some people who have been watching the stream for a while probably seen my Octillery shirt that my wife got for me on Redbubble. Yeah, actually, I love Octillery, but like competitively, it's like considered garbage. It's shit tier. Oh, Jesus. Fuck off. Leave me alone. Shut up. Anyway. And another favorite of mine is Magcargo, which is like extra garbage. And I actually was able to fuse both of those and make something that was pretty badass. Because a lot of times, that's the other thing, is like in Infinite Fusion, when you, one thing that you get like the full benefit of is both Pokemon's move pools. So the fused Pokemon can learn every single move that each source Pokemon can learn. You know, the stats is kind of a give and take, like, you know, and so are the abilities and some other stuff. But the move pool, you get like, so you can make, if you know what you're doing with moves, you can make some pretty, really interesting stuff, honestly. I hope so. I mean, I don't know, like when I played Dark Souls, I mean, people probably, it wasn't that long ago I was playing Dark Souls and I was asking about which game I should play next, and people recommended Bloodborne, and at that point I had heard all the bad shit I had heard was about Dark Souls 2. I thought what this game turned out to be for me is what I always assumed Dark Souls 2 would be if I ever attempted it. Not exactly, but like close to it. Same general ballpark. I even considered skipping Dark Souls 2 and trying Dark Souls 3. But this one always interested me, and I've actually seen other people play this game a lot more than I had seen anybody play any of the other Soulsborne games. So I went for this next, and yeah. But like, based on everything I heard, like, you know, I thought I would really like it. I mean, I don't want necessarily to play Elden Ring just because it's easier, if it is in fact easier. I just, I mean, the fact that it's open world, you know, for a change, that's one of the rare occasions where an open world, I can imagine, would fix a lot of the problems I have with the game. Very rare occasions. I don't know. There's so many of these assholes. I don't even know how I'm gonna even begin to deal with these. Maybe if I can just pop them in the butt with a pebble. Dude, come on. Jesus. I'm not looking to relive the trauma of Canehurst. Oh. For once I felt agile there for a second. Come here, scumbags. Literally. Ow. I tried to do a dash attack and it just didn't happen. Dude, these things would follow me all over God's motherfucking green acres in Canehurst. Here, it's like, no. Not if we have to move. No, thank you. I do feel slightly better equipped. Not sure how or why, but... Well, there we go. Professor of Games? Hi, is this DLC? I don't recognize this from my playthrough. It is DLC. Unfortunately. I say unfortunately because it's... Well, I'm sure this is the easy part of it. Oh, Razor, that's mean. You gotta throw on a winky face after that or something. I'm almost at the end, but still need to buy it. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I almost made the same mistake, or not mistake, but I don't know. Did you get it from the PSN? Or the PS Plus or whatever? Because that's what I did, and I actually, even though it says that it includes everything, I actually had to buy the DLC separately, so I got ripped off. I'm particularly coated in blood right now. I just noticed. Yeah, I think there's something. I mean, I don't know. It might be. So double check, because like the version that I got said that it was like the full edition, like like everything included, but it absolutely was not included. Like everyone watching my stream eventually concluded that I hadn't bought the DLC yet, and I was like, but wait a second. And then I just, you know, said fuck it and bought the DLC because I'm a ever exploitable sucker like that. Hey, no, come back. Never thought I would ever tell one of these things, no, come back. Shit. Ah. These guys must not even be the same species as the ones at Canehurst. Those things, like, followed me to the ends of the earth. Alright, one down. How many left to go? What is that, 3? I honestly can't tell. It just looks like a bouquet of testicles with legs. I'm gonna run out of pebbles. Something I never thought I'd be worried about. Yeah. What are they doing? Oh, there's treasure there. Okay. I was like, what are they doing? Just, you know, trying to pass a bill through Congress? What is this? What kind of life is that? I can, but those things cost an arm and a leg now. I mean, I don't know. That, and I have, like, the uncanny ability, talent, really, to, like, miss with these things. I think I've missed with oil urns and, like, any throwable item that's not a pebble or, like, a knife. I think I've missed with as often, at least as often as I've actually hit things with them. And they're so expensive, it's just like, it just discourages me from wanting to use them. I'm like, alright, well, the game's gonna punish me for buying things, then just fuck it. But, I don't know. What was that? Guess it was nothing. Yeah, but Andy, there's a pair of bullet holes in your ass. Oh no, Josh, don't worry about it. It's nothing. Say, you and Bob catch the game last night. God damn it. Alright, yeah, I guess I'm gonna use an oil in the Molotov, because, yeah. Tired of trying to pluck these guys out. Either they all got hit with the oil, or none of them did. Or it made, like, no difference, because it did the same damage to all of them. I have a blood drunk hunter. I'll look at it when I get home today. Yeah, it's Hey, Razor knows more about this game than I do, but from what I remember, like, once I bought the DLC, it was, like, basically unmissable. It's, like, right on the... Like, you would have to have... Well, at least assuming you get eaten by the... What is it? Amygdala thing? Yeah. Assuming that happens, then yeah, the key is pretty unmissable. I can't remember, but I could have sworn that in Dark Souls, you were able, like, the item menu was not unidirectional. Like, at the beginning of the game, I wasted so many I wasted so much health by pushing like up on the D-pad, because you push down on the D-pad to cycle through your items. Pushing up on the D-pad does not cycle through them in the other direction. It just chews through a bunch of your health to give you bullets. And that really fucked with me when I first started playing. Yeah, it means I have to kind of reorder my items here. Oh my god, they're literally, their fucking testicle butts are so fat they can't even fit past each other. Slaughtering these things feels good, I'm not gonna lie, especially after Canehurst. I bet you if I went back to Canehurst right now, the things there would still give me more trouble than those ones did. Hesta butts. Yeah, I'm sure there's lore behind those things, and honestly, if I die never knowing what that is, I'll be alright with that. These corpses on the ground bleed, even though they're apparently, hopefully dead. Definitely giving The Last of Us a run for its money in the teaching the player to hate dogs category. That's that dog. Shut your mouth, dude! What are you, Kirby? Are you trying to just... Honestly, I wish the game was more buggy and had more glitches, because that would be an amusing little bit of levity. I wouldn't fault the game for it. Oh my god, it was stuck behind the fence. That was the problem. It must have, like, in doing one of its crazy rabid dog parkour jumps that these things like to do, it must have out of bounds. An enemy out of bounds itself. An enemy NPC out of bounds itself. That's pretty neat, actually. Oh, it's just another one of those crow things. Every area up until this has been like so densely packed with shit. I'm just a little suspicious of this area right here, not gonna lie. The game's got me like looking up, trying to make sure there's nothing perched above me. Oh. I can't climb on top of this? Oh, how lame! That's not even like a 45-degree incline, is it? How come I can't? Oh, that's... The whole time, ever since I saw this thing walking into this area, I was like, yeah, I can climb up on that. That's a platform. That's a standable surface. I'll be able to use that. Nope. Okay, where did that asshole go? Shit, I shouldn't have let him out of my sight. I don't know where he is. Oh. Came very close to getting seen there. Open this? No, of course not. What is this, like a, just a... It's like a... I don't even know what that is. It's like a leaning Christmas tree of skulls. Okay. Fuck these triggers, I swear to God. I can't even... Just... Never mind. Not gonna open that can of worms right now. Yeah, but the frustrating thing is that I know if I had been playing this on PS4, I wouldn't have had this problem. And the PS4's triggers are also, like, batshit. Huh. Oh, okay. That's new. That was a moment. Don't worry, kids. Go back to bed. This isn't even one of the guys with the hammer, and I'm still nervous as fuck. See, now I'm desperately wishing that I had one of those, what the fuck are they? Those things that make you invisible. Okay, I can't target those things, so I can only assume that they're not, you know, enemies. Alright, no. Damn it. Okay. I didn't mean to be so nervous around that guy, but like the moment I'm confident enough to feel like, you know, like, yeah, I got this, like that's always when I die. Damn it. I'd like way more than Dark Souls, this game just gives me anxiety. Like so many times I'm like I'm sitting here playing the game and you guys may not realize it, but I'll be like holding my breath. Like, and not even like consciously, just like in a forgetting to breathe kind of way. That's what the fuck was that? Yeah, I mean, anybody, I know a lot of my viewers also stream, but, well, actually not that many because, well, never mind. Come back to that later, but, like, it's different when you're streaming because if you're streaming, you have an allotted amount of time in your day to do that, right? So, if you have a huge setback of progress, then in terms of like progressing in the game, the stream can be, you know, large swathes of it can be wasted. You know, one wrong move, so. Like, it's all well and good if I get distracted and I'm just enjoying, you know, being social and gabbing with people. But I'm actually like playing the game and hyper focused and trying to make progress, and then I don't. That's like a huge bummer. That like throws me off. It's but generally it wasn't ever really something I was super worried about. Most of the time. I mean, there's not a frequent occurrence, but with this game, it and I guess to a lesser extent Dark Souls. There were a few Dark Souls streams where I remember being like, oh fuck, like I got nothing done. But yeah, I guess, you know, I feel like I'm doing better here than I was in my first foray into the DLC area. Of course, I'll probably put mustard on those words in a matter of minutes. But, I'm trying to remind myself that I shouldn't be stressed because no matter how poorly I do at the DLC, once I got about 2 hours left to stream, I'm gonna be just... cutting loose and going back to do whatever's next in the story. I love the sky in this game. Like, the graphical upgrade from Dark Souls to this is impressive, even from the Dark Souls remaster. But, like, you know, it's noticeable but no big deal looking at most things. Look at that sky, though. Whoever designed the skies in Bloodborne is a talented individual. Those are some of the coolest skies I've seen in a video game. Huh. Oh, okay, we got ourselves a little parkour to do here. Got it. Oh, fuck. Now I gotta leave and go look right now. After I get that treasure right there that's just niggling at me. If I can, maybe I can't. Hey, wait a second. Oh, no. That won't work. Will it? Nope. Looking at the map so far, or not the map, but like my mental map, that way, the way I'm facing is vaguely back in the direction of the lantern. The only lantern thus far that I've fucking found. So I don't know what other way I could be approaching that item. Are these guys just here to like try and creep you out? Because they're not that good at it. Oh, really? Tell me more. Don't hold back. That's right, buddy. Let it all out. Maybe don't let it all out. Poor bastard's missing fucking arms. Every now and then in the looping sound design ambience, there's like a stray, juicy sort of squelchy sound that like kind of jumps out. That it's really like, it's just, it's ill-placed. Dude, there's so many times during this game that I wish that it was physically possible for me to scratch my brain, because holy fuck, does some of the shit in this game just make my brain itch. Just furiously itch. Nah, I gotta wait. So, you know, one of the shitty things for somebody like me with newer video games is that, like, the sound design and overall soundscape of the game is usually, like, nowadays, it gets, like, film score levels of, like, mixing and mastering. And so it's really hard to, like, isolate individual sounds if the game doesn't give you the option to move between, to, like, turn the music or up or down, turn the sound effects up or down. But even when you do that, everything is so, like, hyper-produced, like, there's no... You can't do anything... Like, I remember... I tried to rip a couple sounds from Final Fantasy XIV, actually, once upon a time, and, I got them, and there was so much, like... There was so much, like, bass and compression on them that, like, they were unusable. Like, you couldn't do anything with them, because, like, everything that could be done to them had already been done. Whereas, like, on old retro video games, you've got, like, there are these really, like, dirty, sort of, like, you know, more, less professional, quote-unquote-ish sounding things. Even after the days of, like, 8 and 16-bit stuff, even, like, up until, like, the PlayStation and N64 era, it was really easy to rip cool stuff from video games audio-wise, because it wasn't, like, super hyper-mastered and hyper-produced, and if you managed to rip some sound effects, they were decent, like, raw materials, like, you could do shit with them. In newer games, that's really hard to do. This is obviously the way forward. I'm just, debating whether or not I should, I think whatever that item is, I bet I can get that. There's usually not just treasure laying around in some place for you fight a boss or some other ridiculous enemy. Can I jump off of here, or is the game not gonna let me do that? Oh my god. Like the first actual... I remember Dark Souls had like, you know, random tidbits of like platforming every now and then. This game's had none of that. Oh, oh, oh. I almost missed that. I knew it! Fuck me. Okay. Constable's garb? Really? Here, have a constable costume, then you can LARP as a fucking pig. I just want to see how stupid it looks. Yeah, fuck that. Ugh, I feel gross for even putting it on. Maybe 5,000? Well, was really hoping it was more than that. Fuck it, I'm gonna warp back real quick. Also got a bunch of blood gems from that, if nothing else, so. I want to put some of this stuff in storage so I don't have to think about it. Oh my god. I got all these like rank 12 and 13 gun blood gems, and none of them are as good as what I already had. What attack up was 20? Yeah, that thing is gonna be hard to beat. That's better than some of the other stuff I was using. What? This tiny little rank 7 one is still better than... Hold on. What is this ranking system? This tiny little rank 7 is better than 9, 10, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14. What kind of math is this game using? Whatever. If I ever triggered rapid poison on something, it was incredibly subtle, and I don't know. The status effect things just feel just tragically worthless. Okay, Razor, are you in chat still? I need to know something. It's just chewing away at me. So I put fire attack on this saw spear. Which like it converts my physical attack to fire or whatever. It's the same thing from Dark Souls. Just moves the numbers around. But then, like, if there's anything that adds a flat amount, like not a percentage of physical attack, it still shows up here. My question is, like, does that mean anything, or is it just wasted stats? Because it doesn't actually give you, you know, the I don't know. There's it's like I guess it's like a scaling amount, but I can't tell if that actually makes it target both physical and fire defense on enemies. Because there's no number on in the left-hand columns for physical still. There's just the scaling modifier, I guess. I could have sworn that it didn't work this way in Dark Souls. And if you tried to do it, it would just be a waste. Physical attack. Right, well, I mean, this is like for a tertiary weapon. Like, I'm going for the highest attack on my, like, Blade of Mercy and Rifle Spear, but like for other weapons, I just like to have something set up so that if I come across something that's weak to it, I don't have, like, nothing. I don't have, you know, I have some response for it, even if it's... I have options, even if those options don't actually turn out to be stronger. Okay. I think I got a new skill scaling thing. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was doing. But because I started, actually, my Blade of Mercy is upgraded past my Rifle Spear, so Rifle Spear is definitely slower, but, I feel like it doesn't, the scaling on the Blade of Mercy is just bananas, so it's like really, it's kind of hard to say no to. Unless I'm being like, you know, I don't know, it depends on the enemy, I guess, I don't know. Browser crashed, oh no! Was there a fire? How many people died? Was it as bad as East Palestine? Before anybody like lolls at my pronunciation there, that's actually how the people that live there pronounce it. See, in America, we like to, like, you know, cannibalize names from other places and cultures and then just pronounce them wrong, so it feels different. I remember the first time I heard it, there's like a sports ball team of some kind somewhere that plays something from somewhere up in like New England, northeastern United States. And they're called the Celtics. Not Celtics. Celtics. And this is just a thing that they just run with. Everybody's like, oh yeah, no, Celtics. You fucking serious? I don't even care who they are or what they do. It just, like... You want to talk about brain itch? Like a whole country of, like... I don't know. What's the pop... like, United States is like, what, like 300... Like 350 million people live in this country, I think. Last time I checked, it was, I want to say, somewhere in that ballpark. I might be missing a zero and therefore way off. Just all are like, yeah, no. Let's just completely butcher the pronunciation. And it's not even a word that comes from like a country full of brown people. It's fucking just Irish. Although to be fair, I think Irish people were the last white, like, visibly white people to become socially, to gain membership into the societal, cultural in-group that is white, but, you know, that's another discussion. Yeah, no, it's just like it's really funny to me when it's one thing to name something after another place, particularly if you put the word "new" in front of it. That's a low-key homage, I guess you could argue. But like, I don't know, just borrowing the. I mean, that's not even the worst of it. I mean, that's just offensive by pronunciation. The far more offensive is like all of the various sports. I know I was talking about like places and not sports teams, but I don't know. Sports teams got on my mind. There's so many sports teams in this country that are just like have the most just shitty names after all the people that used to live here that we killed most of. There's actually a fucking I don't know if there still is. I don't know. I don't keep up with this shit. But I remember there used to be a team that did some kind of sports ball in some US state or something like that. They're called the fucking Redskins. The Redskins! It's definitely much smaller, but I have no idea how much that arcane attack actually contributes to my damage. It's really hard to tell. Alright. Shit. Let's see, I've got physical, all damage. Yeah, I'm gonna throw on the HP one temporarily. I still haven't bought this stupid helmet, god damn it. It looks kind of shit though, so whatever. Or wait, does it? I don't know. Best helmet ever? Oh, well, then of course it would be the last one I would buy. I'm never gonna use this. Never gonna use that. Yeah, I was excited because I was like, well, I died, but at least I got a bunch of blood gems, but then most of them were for my guns, and none of them were actually upgrades. I hate that I have almost 50 of these, but they sell for just peanuts. Alright, now for the arduous task of, getting my blood echoes back. Or not getting them back. Who can even say? I need AFK for just a second, and this is the perfect time, because I can just let my HP tick back up. I will be right back. Do not go anywhere. Alright. All aboard the pain train. Pain for me, of course. I'm still not at full HP. God damn. Well, I would have been if I wasn't using the 10% max health thing. I want to do a playthrough where, like, I just don't upgrade my HP so that the continuous heal is actually, like, maybe noticeable. Maybe, I don't know. Probably not. I would be curious. I'm sure somebody's done it. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Live and let live there. Oh, that one is no longer stuck. Jesus. Wow. Waste of perfectly good bullets. Oh my god. I cannot believe I pulled that off. I was like, please, 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 please. Let me visceral attack this scumbag before the birds eat my ass. Oh, ho, ho. I will feel pretty good about that if I manage to get my fucking blood echoes back. It'll be a nice little W in my column. Not a big W, just a little one. Next to just, you know, an avalanche of L's. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Fuck you. I might, you know, I think if one of these gets another kill on me, if I die another time and it's because of these dogs, I think this game will officially win out over The Last of Us. Parts 1 and 2 combined. In the Olympics of making me hate dogs. And feel nothing for killing them. Yeah, this thing is, it's at +9 and it has slightly better blood gems on it, but I mean, even so, it's handily beating out my next best weapon. Because it's like, I don't know, what, like, it's like 10 or 20% at the most, maybe, weaker, but it's like twice as fast. The main reason that the rifle spear is still a go-to weapon is just because of that charge attack. The range on that charge attack is just very difficult to beat. Alright. God, I hope I have a bloodstain and not, you know... my blood echoes trapped in the skull of this scumbag down here. Yeah. That's another thing. I hadn't considered how difficult it would be to see a bloodstain if one did in fact exist down here amongst all this. Oh no, wait, I see him. Yeah, no, he's got my shit. Fuck you. Okay. That's alright. We will be fine. Famous last words, of course. Yeah, now I can totally see the appeal of those, timed Molotovs. Now, personally, I think it would be better if they were like proximity Molotovs instead. Okay, I do have an escape route here. So that's good to know. That's what I forgot at the Hunter's Dream. I forgot to fucking... I wanted to buy one of those blue elixir things. Or at least one. I don't think of anything I can do to get a defensive edge. Oh, I gotta... Apparently that guy was important because he dropped something I've never seen before. Oh, hey. I love how he dropped a fucking... He dropped bait for fishing. He dropped vermin. He dropped an earthworm. The real treasure is lying on the ground. Across this elevated backyard of this chapel. God. Let's see, is this anything I can use? Oh my god! A weapon that is... Oh... Shit! a weapon that frankly looks pretty cool and also is not like... Yeah, it's actually skewed towards skill. Hot damn. Somebody fan me gently, or I'll pass out. I mean, I've figured that out by now. It's just... It's not so much that it's a weapon, it's that it's something interesting as opposed to... You know... Something the kids will eat to gross each other out. Oh, that's interesting. It's like the reverse of these. It transforms by folding back up. Although, I'm gonna be honest, only one side of that blade looks, well, bladed. And in fact, that must be the case, because otherwise those things that are tied through it... You see those little sort of, you know, really dirty Office Max rubber bands that are going through it? Those would be getting... There'd be no point in having... They'd be getting... They would be... They wouldn't be able to be there if the outward-facing part of the blade was edged, because they would, you know, they would slice. They would be sliced. They would be in a state of being sliced. So when you fold this weapon up, you... I mean, I have no idea. I'm just... In terms of believability, I have no idea how effective the weapon is yet. But, like, it's just funny that, like, the transformed version of this weapon folds the deadlier part of its blade towards your hand and away from the enemy, and also cuts its range, like, what, in half? All they had to do was just make it look different in order to, like, avoid this criticism I'm making right now. Yeah, that one big swing attack that guy did, that's... You know, it's crazy, like, he did it the first time, and I didn't even have enough time to commit it to memory. But I remembered it once I got hit with it on the my second time fighting him. And oh god, is that scary, because it totally went through probably like 70% of my HP. Yeah, that move. Jesus. I like the sound design on it. Those are some very, like, you can hear it cutting the air slashes. Even though that side of the blade does not have an edge on it. And if it does, it's a shitty edge because it's not even cutting rubber bands that are wrapped around it. Sorry, I'm the worst. I do like the sound design on this thing. I want to tell my character to hold the blade, like, to turn the blade over. So that it's more like, so that it's pointing up or downwards and not upwards. Because that just feels like it would be more effective as a weapon and also less dangerous to the person wielding it. I mean, whatever, I'm not gonna feel shame about that. Fuck yeah, I'm complaining. I had to pay $19.99 to get this weapon via this DLC that was supposed to come with the game. So, you know. I'm teleporting back now because, I mean, of course I am. Actually, wait, hold on, let me look at one more thing. It does actually look cool, though. I wanna invest in this weapon, not just because it looks cool, but because it actually goes okay with my stats. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of foreshadowing with bells in this game, isn't there? I mean, actually, I can't even. That's not Bloodborne unique. That's bells are a big thing in Dark Souls too. Alright, now I finally have something to spend all those stupid bloodstone shards on. And I may even stop and go grind those giant fucking He-Man werewolf things in the upper cathedral ward to get some more gems. Maybe I'll even get lucky and one of them will drop a chunk and I can get something else up to, you know, up past this +6 wall that so many things are running up into now.
Gammon awaits. Very well.
I'm nowhere close. I said I wasn't going to level up anymore. I changed my mind. I am going to try and get through the game without touching my vitality or endurance anymore. I think, like, I know it's a, I'm not saying it's a bad stat or that there's any rationality behind what I'm about to say, but like, I actually really hate leveling up vitality. Like, if I thought I could get away with it, I wouldn't touch it. Like, I would so much rather have, like, the same HP, the same vitality stat that I started the game with. I'd so much rather have that, but have access to, like, the shields I had in Dark Souls. I would make that trade in a second. Okay, yeah, no, I remembered that, but didn't say anything out loud about it. The last time I dropped in here and warped back, but yeah, I'll remember now. I haven't been to Old Yarnum in ages. We're thinking of the same place, right? That's the place that had that big fucking tower with the guy that had the Gatling gun on the top, and I had to fucking... that place. Man, why are these so expensive? Why did these cost 10 times more? Are they... That's just... That's some just batshit price scaling. My god. Like, the rocks I can get, because if these are anything like the Titanite rocks in Dark Souls, they're probably only a couple per playthrough. But still. I hate that there's no music in here anymore, and instead there's just this constant background sound of the house burning. And after you hear it loop a couple times, you start to, like, memorize the rhythm of the fucking house creaking. And it's... just... It's like... Dan, dan. Dan. Dan, 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 dan. Yeah. Dan, dan. Dan. Dan, 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 dan. God damn it. It's like fucking Chinese water torture. Well, hurry the fuck up and play the game and stop dicking around in the menus and, you know, jerking off your weapons. Yes, yes, I know. Believe me, I know. Alright, old Yarnum. There was a game on GameCube called Eternal Darkness, and it didn't perfectly loop to music. There was a gap between loops and it drove me crazy. Hold on. I want to know if... I know I haven't played that game, but I want to know... I still want to know if it's the game that I think it is. Oh, no, never mind. The name reminds me of a thing, which then reminded me of another thing. There was another game, I can't remember. I'm not 100% on these details, but I seem to remember it being, one of the first games that came out for the PS2. It was definitely one of the first, like, RPGs. I think it was the PS2. And it was called, like, it was Eternal something else. It was not Eternal Darkness, but it was Eternal... I want to say Eternal Ring, but I feel like I might just be thinking of Elden Ring. But, I think I heard that it was shit. But I also, like, I got it, when I was in high school, and then I never played it. Because I was too busy playing Dark Cloud, which is the thing that the thing reminded me of. And I wish that game had aged better. I can't wait until there's fucking ROM hacks for that shit. These have proven to be very useful, so I'm just gonna spend my retirement on them. Alright. Now I am going to leave and go to the... Yeah, Old Yarnum, that's right. I did not forget, I did not forget. I would like to at least beat a boss from the DLC. If it's anything like the DLC from Dark Souls, there's probably at least 2 bosses. It'd be neat to, like... We need to actually get to fight and beat one of them. And it would also make me feel better about looting the place if I had to, you know... Wait, nope, that's not the right way. Told you I haven't been here in forever. Alright. The sky looks lovely. It doesn't look as lovely, I don't think, as the one in the DLC. But is the sky not supposed to be what I'm noticing? I love it. I mean, as long as it's not going to eat me, I don't really care. It's all good. See, this area right here is an example of why, to me, the game feels very disconnected from itself compared to Dark Souls, because there is no reason to come back here after the first time you visit it, as far as I can tell. And there's like a shortcut from that one boss in the place where all the bag boys were, and that shortcut is like completely pointless. I don't even know why you would use it. I don't know. I have a lot of little complaints about this game that are solely based on the fact that I played Dark Souls before it, and I think, like, I've never seen them... I never see them mentioned. Because they're just... I guess they... It's just because they're nitpicks, I guess, but, like... I don't know. For me, nitpicks are the worst kind of complaints, because... It's like, if it's such a small thing, why are you complaining? And it's like, yeah, but if it was such a small thing, then why did they need to change it? Like, you know? It goes both ways. And, like, the thing with the lanterns and you having to constantly warp back here to do things, that's something I have seen people complain about. But also the fact that, like, the lanterns are how you fast travel. And you have to go to here to fast travel anywhere from this fucking, you know, subway station, pretty much. And like in Dark Souls, you didn't even have the option to fast travel anywhere until halfway through the game, and I thought that was... It sucked while you couldn't do it, but it was such an amazing payoff halfway through the game to finally get to... And it made you appreciate the interconnectivity, which you totally don't here. It's like, oh, like there's a shortcut now between Old Yarnum and the Unseen Village. Cool. I don't care. I'll never use that shortcut. I literally never have. I think I opened the door, but I don't think I ever actually went through it. Yeah, it's not the only example though. It's one of the most egregious. There's just no reason to connect those areas. Like no practical reason, no useful reason. And it's clear to me that they're not... It's not that they did a bad job, per se. It's just that they put their focus elsewhere. And I just don't like where they chose to put it. And the expense at which it came for something else. And I freely admit that. What am I doing? That's right, I want to go to the Upper Cathedral Ward. I'm going to try and make this as quick as I can. That being said, trips through this place can still sometimes be horrifying. In fact, you know what? Let me not even chance it. Let me not even chance it. Let me... I don't know, if I get... If the teenager LARPing as Cthulhu tries to make out with my face and I lose 1 insight, and it's not the end of the world. I just did that to see if I could not... It occurred to me that, like, whenever I make blood bullets, like, and make up for it with a fucking blood vial, I could be, you know, playing the dangerous game of, you know, sloughing off a fucking third of my HP near something that I can hit and just getting it back that way. Alright. Oh, nice, a chunk. That was lucky. Fuck it, let's tempt fate. Shut up, leave me alone. I think it's really silly that you can get, like, you can hit the window for interrupting an enemy, and I'm amazed at how frequently that lines up precisely with their attack landing. Like, so many times I get the interrupt, I get it right. Frame perfect. well, frame within the margin of error, and it just happens to be precisely like our blades cleave into each other's skulls at just precisely the same moment. Shit. I'm not sure that I've ever had one of those grab me. I could be doing this much faster, but I guess I'm... you know what? I don't know. Every time I come in here, I always try and run off to this side to try and aggro this one. And I'll run like right, I don't know, like he loses interest and doesn't come upstairs to party with the rest of us. Which bugs the crap out of me. Oh shit, well I got 3 of these now, so... I didn't get a single twin bloodstone shard from that, but I got a bloodstone chunk, which means I can upgrade something. Let's see, I'm actually somewhat limited. I can upgrade, Actually, not sure what should get the... I feel like such an idiot because I've discovered that I like the saw spear so much, but like the saw spear is like a perfect... It's everything I like about the saw cleaver, plus with some, not all of the benefits of the rifle spear. And it scales better with my chosen stats. And yeah, I don't know why I turned my nose up at this initially. Or I could upgrade the flame sprayer. Oh, actually, that's a good... I just thought of something. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I want to upgrade this because then I can have... I don't want to keep using both the Rifle Spear and Blade of Mercy because they have the same blood gem shapes. I'd like to be able to get the benefit of the crescents without switching to significantly weaker weapons, so... yeah. Let's do that. I also don't like that I've been playing around with the saw spear enough to know that the range on it is nowhere near as good as the rifle spear, but when I transform it, it doesn't rob me of the use of my gun. Even though I can technically still shoot with it, it still feels kind of awkward. Never really got good at that part of the weapon. Yeah, I've gathered that these are good against beasts, but I'm not sure why, because the beast icon thingy there says 100 like it does on everything else. And I also have no idea if, like, there's any benefit to this. Like, if I hit a beast with this and I've got, like, attack versus beast up plus whatever, 14%. Is there any difference between that and just a general, you know, attack or physical attack up plus 14%? The wording of blood gem effects, in my opinion, is like a big step down from, like, how effects were communicated in the menu in Dark Souls. I mean, Dark Souls menu is still shit wall to wall. But, like, the wording of blood gem effects, in my opinion, is, like, really ambiguous. Or not the wording, but, like, how... I don't know. Actually, you know, let me walk that back, because the equivalent in Dark Souls didn't even have a fucking stat or icon for it. Like, you had a... certain enemies took, like, bonus damage from, like, occult and divine weapons. But, that was never spelled out or even hinted at anywhere in the menu, so... this is actually an improvement. See, I can be fair. I'm just trying to decide what I want to put on the rifle spear now. God damn, what is the it's so hot in this room right now. I don't know what the temperature... And I can feel the AC blowing, but it's just like overpowered. What temperature is it? It's only 7... This room just like soaks in heat. I don't know what the fuck it is. It just... It's just... I don't know, drives me crazy. Yeah, well, I will always be using the saw spear from here on. Don't you worry, I have learned my lesson. Which is like, really, I've learned my lesson is like, that sentence kind of sums up my entire experience with like Soulsborne games up to this, up to this day. Both in good times and bad. I've learned my lesson is just like, that should be just like the slogan of every playthrough. think another reason why I'm really determined to finish this game is that while I'm still not going to stream it immediately, I have a sneaking suspicion that this game is... that the fun in this game, the increase in fun from New Game to New Game Plus, I just have a hunch that it's far greater than that increase was in Dark Souls. I mean, it was fine in Dark Souls, it just kind of like... it wasn't, super, weren't a whole lot of curveballs or anything. Thank you for being gentle in your, hint hint, nudge nudge. We're getting bored in the chat. I do appreciate it. No sarcasm intended, and I'm tired of being in here too, so... yeah, let's get out of here. I'm debating whether or not I want to go back and farm a couple more of those things, or whether I should just say fuck it.
Gammon away. Very well, let me.
Yeah, let me at least go... I'm gonna go farm bloodstones, I can't, I always get blood gems and the upgrade materials, like, confused. They're just, it's too similar. Gemstone shards, and like half of them do something completely different. Where am I going? That's right. I mean, I don't know. Alanius, Jdot, anybody else in chat that was here for Dark Souls, did I play like significantly less cautiously in New Game Plus? I mean, I guess I would have had to at certain points. Granted, but like, playing cautiously is actually kind of my style. It's just like, it doesn't, most of the time... Here, this is actually, for once I've actually come up with the perfect way to say what I want to say without having to think of it and stutter over it for 10 minutes. Playing cautiously is actually my style. It's just usually I play cautiously to get an edge or an advantage, because it suits me. That's where I'm, like, at my best, generally. It's when I can, like, take things in, analyze, and kind of, like, you know, observe. In Bloodborne, I feel like I have to be cautious just to survive, not to get an advantage. And that takes a lot of the fun out of playing games cautiously. Like, most people play games a certain way because that certain way makes the game more fun for them. I mean, that should just kind of go without saying, I think. And they feel like they're better at the game when they play in that way. That's just like, you know, their style. You know, they might start because it's easier or it's more fun, but then they get good at it, and it's just kind of like a signature thing. And, you play games in that way because you are good at playing games in that way, because you've practiced it. In this game, it just feels like I'm doing it just to like, skate by with the bare minimum. And that's only about 60 or 70% of the time. The other 30-40% of the time, it's just, there's no gain. There's nothing to be gained. I may as well just, you know, frolic headlong into, you know, face first into a hammer as big as my body. Yeah. And I mean, also, I don't know how it scales in this game. I've heard tell that New Game Plus scales up enemies and blood echoes and all that stuff in similarly to how it did in Dark Souls, but that it is not the not in the same sort of curve from beginning to end. I don't know, I've tried to avoid any details beyond that, but from what it sounds like, you know, the first, you know, the first several hours in New Game Plus in Dark Souls were a fucking cakewalk, and it was just kind of like a victory lap. And then eventually things caught back up with you again, and then some. From what I'm gathering, I have a feeling this game isn't quite like that. Ow. Yeah, still nowhere near the kind of damage I want to be doing. God damn it. Open that door. Nice. Damn, is that... Did I just get, like, 2 chunks in it? Wow, okay, I totally did. I've never gotten a chunk, like, 2 runs back-to-back so far. Didn't I? Yeah, I put one more point in Arcane. That must have made all the difference. Probably am asking for trouble by doing this, but... yeah. I knew it. Wait, where is that guy? Where'd he go? I feel like that... oh, it must be like an arcane damage thing, that's probably why. Yeah, because it's all glowy and on blue fire and shit, and blue fire equals magic damage in like 90% of video games, so... you know. I hate that there's... I mean, I'm sure I can think of times where this would be useful, but it's still like... I always do a double take when I walk past, like, a closable door, because I'm like, wait, what? Was there an item I missed or something? Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing this until I have enough blood echoes to get another level. That should be about two more runs, assuming nothing awful happens to me. Oh yeah. That arcane defense, that's why that scythe almost fucking cut me clean in half. Hey, Razor, um, I'm, I'm, I'm pretty sure I'm close enough to the end of the game that I don't really care. Go ahead and tell me what can I do with the gold pyramid head. You kept alluding to the fact that I could put it on to make something happen. And every time I pass it by, I'm like, I wonder what that was. Wear it and I'll eventually find out? Ooh. Not even willing to tell me. Self-censoring, like... I don't even know. Just... I love how when I open the floodgates for a spoiler, you're like... No. No, you. Nah, I don't think I will. I think I'll keep my mouth shut. Ugh, I like that though. Fine, don't tell me. I will wear it and I will find out. In fact, fuck it, I'll wear it right now. It's solely again. I mean, I get that. I just, you know. I'm just curious what it is. That issue I was bitching about earlier when I was standing out in front of the cathedral, that's the cathedral in the DLC, that is. It's coming back into play here. Like, right now I'm looking for something that has more arcane defense than what I'm wearing without sacrificing on physical defense. And it's just like, they're just... A gain in one is, like, mutually exclusive with, like, just staying the same in the other. It's almost impressive from a mathematical standpoint that it seems almost engineered that way. Okay, here we go. This is a slight boost to arcane with no hit to physical. What's my arcane at right now? Okay. I ran right up to that one in the corner. So I'm either dropping aggro on him or... Wait, did I only get 2 of them up here this time? Yeah, one of them got lazy. Yeah, I mean, okay. I don't even need to kill these guys. I'm just really enjoying taking my revenge on these stupid Cthulhu things. And I don't think either of them have dropped anything so far. But they're extra blood echoes, so fuck it. Actually gotten slightly better with interrupting with the rifle spear. Okay, wait a second, because there was totally... Okay, so there's one of the wolves is there. Right, okay. And up here at the top of the stairs, pretty sure there's only 2 corpses. Let's see. 1. 2. And, yep, nope, that's it. And then there's the one in the hallway. He was from the end of the hallway. But there's supposed to be 3 of those fucking things down there, not counting the one that's off to the side. So where's the 4th one? I will not be cheated. Where the fuck is it? What the fuck? Did it just... It just fucking evaporated. It's just not here. Lame. Whatever. Maybe I did, maybe there was... Maybe I did kill it, but if I did, its corpse, you know, clipped out of reality.
Gamino. Very well then.
Yeah, I need to do it one more time. With that in mind, however, I'm gonna try something. For science, of course. I just want to see if that 13% beast attack is a net gain or not against those things. Okay. Last run. Let's see. Yeah, I'm actually gonna swap back out of this just because I don't know, I'm paranoid. Okay, yeah, no. That is a, definitely a decrease. I was doing 700 and, like, 750, 760, now I'm doing 700. Alright, almost done. Just gotta get this lone guy off to the side that refuses to fucking follow the party upstairs. Alright, let's get out of here.
Gammon away. Go. Very well.
Okay, let's see. Where should I put that one last point? Yeah, fuck it. $55 of these fucking things, god damn it. Actually, wait a second, did I still haven't bought that stupid helmet. God damn it. I could have sworn I did. I must have, like, almost done it, but then changed my mind. Okay, so we can upgrade this thing once. This thing once. Okay, we can only really upgrade anything once. If I can sell $4,000 worth of crap, then... Hold on, let me triple check here, make sure that, like, there's not a chalice I'm gonna want to go to later that... Okay, Wait, so... Okay, hold on. How did I never notice it before? It probably doesn't matter, I just... It occurs to me that there's like a bunch of... See, Ritual Blood 2... I'm wondering now if you can actually place the chalice dungeons in two different spots, like if you can place the same chalice on two different altars. And if there's any benefits to that. Oh wait, no, I want to be looking at these. These are the ones that I actually haven't done yet, and therefore these are the ones that I may eventually care about. Ritual Blood 4, Ritual Blood 5. Pearl Slug, okay. Okay, so yeah, definitely sell a few of those things. Gonna be more careful about it from now on, though. I don't want to do the chalice dungeons, but I probably will be softly coerced into doing it. Okay, there we go. Now I can buy one of these. I can upgrade one more thing after I probably need to sell something else for the blood cost. Here, let's sell a few of these. That's pretty much exactly about what I'll need. Alright. Let's go ahead and just keep upgrading this. This beast attack thing was a bust. Mm-hmm. Alright. Obviously, can't be using these anymore. Hmm. Alright, let's go. Hello, good sirs. I would like to buy 1 bullet. That's not ominous at all. Alright. Wait, where am I going? I don't want to go there. Do not want to go back to the wet nurse's luminarium. What the fuck? Not the right way. This thing. I used the last of my oil things. Yeah, of course I did. Alright, let me see if I can just book it past everything that's nasty and gross that I don't want to touch me. You have anything new to say?
Beware. The
Nope. Very tempted to just kill you two. God damn it. Oh, did that? Oh, wow. Okay. I just one-shot him. What is that thing's deal, I wonder? Dude, what are you doing? You're killing me. Only you're really not at all. In fact, doing quite a bad job at killing me. Oh my god, did I just... What the fuck? Did you guys see that? What the fuck is that? What is this fucking extra planar dog shit? Fucking, that wasn't a wall, that was a fucking massive, like the, look at the circumference on this thing that dog had to just clip through. Are you serious? Did that gentleman see me? I honestly can't tell. What's the way out of here again? I can't remember. And there, yeah, there's a ladder. I don't feel like fighting that guy. I'd like to see if I can get past him. I love that when you hit them in midair, they just fucking in like a frame or two just teleport down to the ground. I like to think it's because you just hit them that hard. This is probably not at all a good use of this, but just, you know, for science. Okay, actually wasn't that bad. I think I've definitely had dumber ideas. Okay. Alright, let's see what horrors await for us with the bell and all that other shit. Does the asshole down here, does he respawn? Oh yeah, he totally does, wow. Alright. I suddenly have to hit the John really bad. That came on quick. I'm not even gonna throw up the be right back screen. I'll be right back. Okay, what is this? Oh, does he already see me? Holy shit. Or, who is that a, no, that's not a boss, that's just a dude. It can't be a boss, there's no, this isn't a room, I can't get sealed in. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, I haven't even looked at this. Oops. Centipede-like creature discovered on successful hunts by League hunters. Vermin found hidden within filth are only seen by League Confederates. That's how you know. That's how you know somebody's American is when they like wince at the use of Confederate or any related word in any work of fiction. Like there's so many other words that they could have used. It's not like a thing that's like it's not like one of those things that people aren't supposed to say. I mean, people say it all the time, but like use it all the time. But like deliberately using it in like a work of fiction feels weird just to me personally, and I like I can't be the only one that feels that way. I'm not that special. League. You know, come to think of it, I can't think of any other, and I know a fair bit of history from other places as well. There's like no, certainly nothing anywhere near even just like 10% of 1% is well known. Or that were like a group of people or like a collection of, you know, whatever, called themselves a confederacy. Oh, I mean, yeah, yeah. That's, you know, honestly, like the, you know, I mean, the Queen's English is making a comeback about, like, I noticed that, like, my generation and younger, like, you catch a lot of people saying, like, using, like, British English pronunciation and, various other things in speech, even though it's like, you know, they're still talking with, like, an American accent. It's like American English pronounces herbs without the H, which is like one of the stupidest things I've ever heard of. And like half the people my age and younger that I know of refuse to do that. Yeah, herbs. Which is stupid because herb is actually also like a that's it's not a common name, but it is a not a boy's name. Herb is short for Herbert. So not at all related to the other word, but like it's weird that like but Herb short for Herbert is the same, spelled exactly the same, and yet people have no problem pronouncing the fucking H. Anyway, that's a observational topic and not one that I really am that invested in. Just mentioning it in passing. Also, welcome, Luca. Haven't seen you in a minute. I'm pretty sure you've missed some epic rage on my part, so you're lucky there. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna try and get away with using that. So... wait. Is that... can I use that? I can use it. Great. I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know, like, most of the items I've gotten that have, you know, had, you know, been in consumables, but had no clear indication as to what they're for. Most of those items have just been, like, glorified sources of insight. Well, that sucks. I don't know how you could... I'm waiting for the day when someone... I mean, I guess most people just mute servers when they don't want notifications, but I'm waiting for the day when somebody joins the Discord and they're like, yeah, stop, can I not be tagged? Honestly, a surprising number of people have joined, and it's a really... it's like, it's been an iron in the fire for ages to get it a little more, you know, a little more active, a little more sexy, so to speak, but as more people have joined, I've tried to limit my use of @everyone. I mean, the bot still uses it, but whenever I actually post something in there myself, I usually try and keep it to only people that would care. Razor, I do know, what I forgot. So I kind of don't know, but I've heard this story before. It's something to do with the French, and, you know, same reason why we, like, tried hilariously in vain to call French fries freedom fries. Even though, literally, even the most, like, dyed-in-the-wool fucking, you know, just sleeps in a blanket, a plush, fluffy, warm, cuddly blanket made out of the fucking American flag. Conservative scumbag is, like, not ever calling those things freedom fries. That never happens. It's probably got something to do with Americans not really caring for French people, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Like, Americans are even racist against other white people. It's just like, yeah, you guys are white too, but you don't, like, English isn't your first language, and you're not American, so you're kind of like, you know, like bottom tier white. That's like, that's something that could easily... Someday my stream's gonna blow up and someone's gonna come and, like, clip chimp that. No, do not take that out of context. But no, legitimately, seriously, people in this country, there are a terrifying number of people that actually think like that. Capitalism, I mean, fuck. That's my golden hammer. European papers printed their own, but Americans outsourced it. Companies changed by the letter. So to save costs, they cut letters out, yeah. Cut costs. I mean, I almost gave them credit there because, I mean, at least they didn't... I mean, they probably didn't lay people off. That's probably just not part of the story. And even if they didn't, you know... Who cares if the workers could spell correctly? Fuck them. Who gives a shit? Alright. That guy... What? Okay, hold on. Before I jump down here, almost assuredly to my fucking doom... What does this asshole have in his hands? Is that a fucking wheelbarrow? Oh, he's another one of the big Cthulhu guys, like the... I hate saying that. I say that not because I think Cthulhu's cool, I say it to mock Cthulhu, and, like, people that make references to Cthulhu. It's just so... like... It's overused, and also H.P. Lovecraft was a shithead. The stuff that's inspired by Lovecraft is, honestly, hot take here, light speed better than Lovecraft himself in most cases. Have I seen that thing before? What? Whatever, I guess I'll just have to find out by getting smacked in the face with it. Wonder if I can... There's no way I'm hitting him with a knife from back here. Actually, you know what? For science. Wait, do I have a regular knife? Hold on, let me see if I have a regular knife. Why don't I have a regular knife? This is exactly why I should keep one on me, but of course I don't. Fuck me. Yeah, okay, alright, come on. Nope. Fuck! Damn it! That is so... Okay, you know what? That happens all the time. I use this monocular, and then, like, you could switch items while you're... And, like, I guess that's fine, because in theory you would want to use this to... But, like... I mean, another button, aside from square, should be able to cancel you out of it. So that you could push that button instead of square when you accidentally have another item selected. So, you know what? I mean... Who needs poison knives? Fuck them. But yeah, no, those things aren't reaching them. Let's see. Alright, yeah. Leroy Jenkins. No, Leroy Jenkins. Whoa! Ow. Whoa! Two of them? That's unfair. What the fuck was that? That, I mean, I didn't even make it far enough there to get my hopes up. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, okay. Great.
Beware.
I'm gonna try something. And it worked! I think, hopefully... Hopefully that scumbag can't climb a ladder. Yeah, can't climb a ladder, can you? Okay, well, that was nice. Can you name the enemies again? Absolutely. That is always welcome. I'm not kidding. That is never not welcome. From anybody. Okay, I just want to see where the other one comes in from. Because yeah, this is not a boss fight. I can obviously... Obviously these guys are... I just wish I could see where the second one came from. Look at how excited he is. Hmm. Oh, I have to, like, get a certain ways in before he'll notice. Oh man, please don't tell me he saw me. Oh no, I don't think he did. Hmm. Oh wow. Alright. This is a bit of a thrill. Steve. I skipped ahead to the end of the sentence and thought his name was Steve-O because of the face you made. Steve wants your head. James is a bit of a hidden boy. Oh my god, I totally... Puka, I read your words in the voice of the guy that narrates The Big Lebowski. And it was amazing. I'm sad that it had to occur in my own head and I can't share it with the rest of you. Okay, yeah, these guys don't patrol, they're just gonna sit there. Great. The fuck? Oh, hey, that's neat. That thing, his shots aren't getting anywhere near me. What? No, you don't see me? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't see shit. Hell yeah. Dude! Fucking A! What was with that shit taking like a bajillion bullets to finish off? I'm not used to my fucking sawed-off shotgun here doing that little damage. Okay, here's hoping that, oh, Jesus. How the fuck can you see me? I think Steve is a cheater. I made him self-conscious. Yeah, like any second now, he's gonna be like the fucking feral predator and just turn on his cloaking device as soon as he gets as soon as things get hard. Does this thing ever drop aggro on you, or does he just, as soon as you're like, as soon as you have line of sight with him, physically, not with his eye line, he just, you know, your position updates? Easy does it. Oh boy. I'm being so careful right now to like not put my fingers anywhere near these trigger-happy trigger buttons. Or is it shoulder buttons? I think like, I forget like which ones are the shoulders and which ones are the triggers. The R1s, the L1 R1 or the L2 R2. Whatever it is, it's counterintuitive to me. Okay. Easy does it. Oh, hell yeah. Alright. Here's the windup. Off you fuck. That felt good. Of course that wasn't... If there's a boss, like, anywhere around here, obviously I'm gonna have to deal with those two every single time I, you know, wipe to... you know, the boss that I've got to be coming up on pretty soon, because I mean, shit, this area is quite large at this point. We've seen a lot, but no boss. We've seen a lot of rooms where bosses would normally be, but mysteriously are not. Whatever the next milestone we hit here, that's probably going to be it for the DLC. I'm sorry to say. But I do want to properly, like, beat the game and put a lid on it so that I can come back to it in, like, a year and surprise you guys with a Bloodborne New Game Plus. That's it. I'll make it a surprise. I won't tell anybody when it's happening. I'll just show up one day and be like, hey, it's back! Who's ready to suffer? Actually, no. Who's ready to laugh while I suffer? Just occurred to me this area's this one area that I'm in right now is pretty big, and I didn't actually really explore it at all, so let's do that right quick. Oh my god, a full gear set. I haven't gotten one of these in a hot minute. I've gotten like a bunch of like individual pieces of gear isolated from their gear sets. Let's have a look at this. Butcher trousers. Oh, you know, that's on theme, I suppose. Butcher gloves. It's a very... Well, I'll give it this. That's a very, it's definitely a, little bit more unique stat layout. Yeah, but who cares about that? How do I look in it? Someday aprons won't be evocative of 1950s housewife. We can all look forward to that day, but it's a little ways off. And I don't, yeah, no. I'm not, no. Plus the stats are bad. They are, aren't they? Oh my fucking god. They really, really are. There's like... Most of these I've never put on more than once. And a lot of the ones that look good have, like, ridiculously lopsided stats where, like, yeah, it's really good in a few areas, and then the other areas you're just like, might as well be fucking bare-ass naked. And, like, I don't know, some of them are good, but, like, they're not... The thing is that, like, it seems like overwhelmingly the most common type of damage of the game is just, like, vanilla physical. I don't know for certain, but like there's very few things with big clubs, and there's very few things with spears and pokey sticks. So... And there's also very few things with magic. I can count on like one hand the number of times I've seen like bolt and fire damage that was actually like scary. And not, you know, just a dude with a torch. In Dark Souls, like, I'm sorry, like, I know I keep making comparisons to Dark Souls, but like, you know, it wasn't that long ago that I played it. This is not like rose-colored glasses that have, you know, had the contrast turned up with time. This is like fairly recent, and like, I don't even remember where I was going with that. I completely lost my train of thought. But no, yeah. In Dark Souls, you like, I encountered like the very first boss had like a big ol' hammer. Just a fucking hammer time, you know. And I'm pretty sure the boss after that. No, the boss after that had glaives, right? Maybe, I don't remember. And then the bell gargoyles, they didn't. They had the fire. Like, so like, I don't know. I could be wrong. All these attacks that look like they do a certain kind of damage might just be like, fuck you, I actually do fucking, you know, psychic type damage, fairy type damage, but like, it just, I don't know. It seems like physical defense is like by far the most important one, and you just shore up the others whenever you need to. But yeah, some of these, like, this looks really good, but like, you take a hit on physical defense and like, there's like a blood defense thing, but like, honestly, I've never seen a bullet. I mean, bullets have killed me before or contributed to killing me, but like, it's almost always because I got careless. Like, I've never been particularly worried about bullets. If anything, they're more of a nuisance, and so like, blood defense is like an afterthought. Or at least, I don't know, I've been able to skate by the game so far, considering it an afterthought. But this thing does look pretty good. So does this one. This one's okay, I wish it wasn't gray. This one's alright, it just, the arcane defense and blunt defense scares the piss out of me. This thing has great arcane, but it's also fucking white, and I will not ever, ever, ever have a character wear white clothes in any video game. And, like, this headpiece has been, like, most of the time, like, better than anything else, or at least serviceable. Any weak points this thing has, I can fix with Carol runes. And, like, the same thing with the gloves and the legs, like, the Old Hunter and, Yahar Ghul. I've never actually tried to pronounce that correctly. I always just, the village it's named after, I always just say the Unseen Village. Yahar Ghul. Yahar Ghul. It sounds vaguely piratey. Whatever. These things just, most of the times, I guess sometimes these would be better. Either these things are like way better than everything else, and same thing with the legs from the same set. Like, I've never felt like I needed or wanted to put on anything else other than these, save for like a few times, like in one of the in the chalice dungeon I'm stuck in right now. or can't seem to make it past. I have to refight that stupid spider thing, only it's like way stronger, and no matter how much arcane defense I put on, its spells just like fucking wreck me. Like I cannot get hit by them. And there's so many ads and so many phases that I literally like couldn't even beat it with I found a second summon in the thing in the Chalice dungeon. So I was able to summon 2 NPCs and literally I still couldn't beat the fucking thing. Which I'm embarrassed to say, but like, you know, whatever. And I put on gear that I'd never ever dreamed of putting on before, and like put on all the arcane Carol runes and shit, and like I still just got. To be fair, I didn't have that much patience for it because it was a fucking Chalice dungeon, but did not make it far. Who's that asshole? Am I being spied on right now? Oh. No, that's literally just a fucking incomplete pillar. A fucking standalone sort of... What is that and why is it there? Whatever. Since I just killed 2 very big things that made my blood pressure shoot up. Being extra cautious now because, like, the wind-up to having to deal with shit like that again is just straight up unpleasant. Okay, now this... That smells like a boss room. Enclosed space, could easily be a fog door behind me. Let's put that off for a second. Or, maybe... Okay, hold on. No, I got a better idea. Might be able to see... Oh, wait, hey, wait a second. Is this... Hold on. Oh, holy shit, I recognize this now. This is, I think this is the chapel that leads to back in the real world or whatever. I think this is the chapel that leads to Old Yarnum. Maybe, right? Also, okay, I'm like 99% sure that I hear a fucking lamp, so that's obviously music to my ears. In case I need an eject button, though. There we go. It is! Oh my god! Yay! I think lanterns have been, like, maybe not more exciting than beating bosses, but definitely, like, at Dark Souls, beating bosses was definitely, like, at least twice as satisfying as finding bonfires. In this game, I think finding a lantern is, like, only maybe 10-20% tops less exciting than beating a boss. Yeah, it can break things and make loud noises with impunity. Now I gotta think of something fun to call them because they aren't called homeward bones, so I can't say bone my way home anymore. And just the laundry list of things that, like, little itty bitty, but nonetheless, like, annoying, just like mosquitoes and fleas are itty bitty. Like, the laundry list of little itty bitty annoyances that I have with this game just grows by the second. E.T. Bone Home. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, but it's not the same. It's not the same because, like, the game's not on the same page with you. When you bone your way home in Dark Souls, the game's like, oh yeah, all right, let's bone your way home. Let's bone our way home. In this game, like, you have to say bone your way home, but like, the game's just sitting there in like stoic, matter-of-fact disagreement. They're called something stupid. They're like they're called something dumb. And like, just Bold Hunter's Mark. Whatever. I hate that everything's like a hunter or something. Like, the term hunter has like a vague, especially in the context of this game, has like a vague air of like pretense, professionalism, elitism, sort of elevated status, like it's a thing the player has to live up to. It's like, I don't know, it's a thing that sounds much more badass than you ever feel while playing this game. Just, you know, dodging 90% of the time and then poking enemies in openings until they run out of hit points and fall over. Wait, no, I don't want to do that. That last complaint I didn't give much thought to. We can scratch that one, if anybody's keeping track. Oh, hi, Mark? No. I am sorry, but no. Also because, and if anybody in the chat's IRL name is Mark, first of all, don't tell me, and second of all, no disrespect intended, but Mark's a stupid name. Like, again, if you have the name Mark, it's not your fault. It's your fucking parents' fault. But I mean, it's a stupid name. First of all, any obviously English name that was, like, apparently biblical in nature is stupid by definition. Also, there's exceptions, but I tend to generally just think names that are shared with, like, like, proper, like, words. I don't even know what like, generic words that are not names that are also used for names. Like, a mark is also a thing. Mark is also a verb. It's a noun. Like, why is it somebody's name? Like, what is, you know, it'd be like, I don't know. If anything I say that's like this stupid, inconsequential, observational crap, if anything I ever say like this ever bothers anybody, just go find a grain of salt, a big one, and just disregard it. Oh, hey! Yikes. Okay. Oh, hey, a person. Okay. That probably means boss. Also, I just saw that thing and I just fucking bolted. I didn't even think. Something could have easily dropped from the sky and... You know... Whoa! Hey, hey, hey! Oh my god. You think you're slick. Alright, okay. Alright, come here, scumbag. Fuck! I could have been a lot more careful, but fuck it, I'm right next to a lamp. Oh boy. No, no, they're definitely not. The bagmen are the bag boys are in a league of their own. There's something about the bag boys that they have these long, lanky arms and legs that just, I swear to God, have like they're like body seeking. Like they seem to bend and contort and manage to hit you. Like, you know, I don't know. But I have discovered the trick to killing them, you know, assuming... I mean, there are variants that clearly have more HP than others, but I've noticed that the trick is to basically just run up and wail on them as hard as you can, as fast as you can. Because if you give them any rest between 50% HP and 0, they just go like Super Saiyan. Oh, that's where... Ah, yeah, okay. Alright. I'm gonna warp back real quick. Just wanna check on a number of things, but yeah. Yeah, Razor, he meant in terms of, like, being my nemesis. I'm pretty sure that's what he meant. In terms of, you know, fulfilling that role. Yeah. Okay, so... Nah, I'm gonna save him. I'm so shallow when it comes to my weapons. Like, I really... My biggest problem with this thing is the way your character holds it. I'm just like, why can't you hold it with the fucking thing? It's like if you held a scythe upside down. It just looks goofy. I don't know. But like, yeah, even now, like, there's so much regret in this playthrough already. Even now, I'm like, wait. This kind of, like, fulfills a similar role as the Saw Spirit Saw Cleaver, and now I'm wishing that I hadn't upgraded either of those and that I could just do these instead, but no, of course not. But I guess it doesn't matter. Eventually I'll upgrade everything anyway, but it just... I don't even know. It just kind of just keeps poking at me, keeps poking at my brain. I've got like the best runes equipped that I possibly can for physical defense, and that thing's... That hunter dude was still just like cleaving away halves of my health. Just... It's bananas. As soon as I beat the game, one of the first things I'm gonna go look at is like what the fuck Insight is for other than buying shit. Cause I don't want anybody to tell me, but like, Razor, you've told me you hoard that shit, and I'm like, why would anybody do that, ever? And, you know, unless they were saving up to buy something that costs 60 Insight like the fucking Blood Rocks do. That's the principle of the thing. I've already allowed myself some very, very minor spoilers, like, you know, looking up details, a few details about Chalice dungeons and things like that. Which normally I would not do, but this game has just kind of tested my patience. Sometimes I've needed to, like, throw myself a little bone. I'm sure glad I invested in these things, though. These things are fucking lit. The Blade of Mercy. Like, goddamn. Like, so many of the weapons that you... For the first half of the game, I felt like I was looking at weapons from Dark Souls, albeit way fewer of them, and without any of the fun, like, upgrading possibilities. Because, like, they were all, like, really slow, and, you know, or just like moderately, you know, of moderate speed. moderate, unexciting sort of, you know, normie tier speed, you know. Not even Knuckles the Echidna Fest. And then finally I find a weapon that actually, like, fits with the apparent theme of the game, and it took me a minute to get into it, but I'm glad I did. Alright. Didn't I also get some madman knowledge? Sure, why not? Fuck it, I'm googling what this thing does. I'm past the point in the game where I'm willing to withhold myself information about, like, what items in my inventory do that don't tell you what they do until you use them. Oh, it's... I'm not gonna go on another tangent bitching about certain things in this game that everybody already knows I kind of hate, but suffice it to say, it's for one of those things. And I could sell it, but it's barely worth selling, so it's just gonna sit there and rot in my inventory. Thought I got a blood Gittle, but I guess not. I already used one of them, so I know what they do if you use them. They just give you more insight, but yeah. Let's see. We're getting close to that time where I gotta cut over and start doing the rest of the story if I want to hopefully get to the end of this game before I cut the stream. I do need to start picking up the pace. I wanted to buy another one of these. These have been... I've discovered the magic of these things. Especially with the fucking repeating pistol. Let's see. These are basically... It takes 16 of these to upgrade anything to +3. So there's... Having any number of these on hand that is not a multiple of 16 is just gonna bother me. Of course now I have to do math. Fuck. 48. Okay, so I could sell... Actually, only 3 of these. Fuck. Still, I think that's enough to buy... Yeah. Cool. Alright, I don't know why I keep running back to her. Or even just to this area in general, like I keep forgetting the tombstone for this stupid places up here. Oh, great. These guys respawn. Oh, you gotta love it. That being said... Ah, fuck you. What the fuck? I'm very unaccustomed to, like, visceral attacks, not, like, bringing things within at least one hit of death. Oh, at least we got some bullets. Why did I think there was something else back here? Oh, it's this. What the fuck is that? I got nervous for a second because I thought it might be one of those, like, octopus faces. Oh, buddy. That's actually, like... That's... Unironically, that's a pretty sad scene right there. Can I put this... Like... Wow. I know, like, in Dark Souls it was kind of integral to the story. I'm not sure what the explanation is for, keeping, human beings alive and able to pound on, gates begging to be let out way, way past their body's expiration date. Oh, that was actually an enemy. Kind of. Or maybe, I don't know. I just wanted to put the poor thing out of its fucking misery. Oh really? That poor asshole? This poor guy that was, like, not hurting anybody other than, like, the bottoms of his fists that were already, you know, kind of questionable structural integrity. He gets to respawn and get killed by you a bunch of times over and over. For blood, that's awful. I mean, it won't stop me from doing it, but, you know, it's the game designer's fault at that point, but... definitely hits me right in the empathy. There was a movie that I almost saw recently. I think it's something I brought up on the stream. Not recently, but a few months ago, back when I first almost saw it. I got about halfway through it, and I'm one of those people that, like, I can tolerate really just about anything in horror movies. There's definitely some things that will make me a little squeamish, but the only thing that will, like, outright give me, like, an anxiety attack is, like, realistically portrayed and sustained, like, animal cruelty. Not like, I don't care, like, seeing a dead animal after the fact, like, doesn't, like, whatever. I mean, that's sad, but, also things like, you know, that ridiculous scene in Boondock Saints where like, he slaps the table and a gun goes off and it's just like B-movie tier comical what happens next. Nothing like that. I'm talking about like something that in the story takes, you know, a matter of numerous minutes to happen to this, to whatever creature. And, so it's not over quickly. And, yeah, they'll straight up give me like a... I don't use this word lightly. But that, like, if I have like a trigger, that's it. Like, it will actually... I will recoil out of my chair and be like, oh, fuck. And, come to find that, like, a lot of people that have the same reaction as me, many more people's response to that is to be like, you know it's not real, right? And it's like, yeah, I know it's not real. Like, was that ever in question? Unless we're watching Cannibal Holocaust, of course it's not real. But, like, that doesn't matter. I mean, like, you know, the amount of sympathy I have for Vietnam veterans could scarcely fill a thimble. But I know from my own personal life that, like, my dad, when he was alive, my mom's told me stories that, like, they went to see the movie Platoon when it first came out. And, so that movie is, like, from Hollywood and, like, nothing that happens in it is real. Didn't stop my dad from, like, having, like, full-blown PTSD episode and vacating the theater very quickly. So... I don't know what the fact that like something has to be quote unquote real, like it's only possible to be like upset if the film is literally like a documentary. Second of all, like I get like this is random as fuck. I'm just, you know, talking. But the other thing is apparently some people get really offended if they get it in their heads that animal suffering is, like, more impactful to you than human suffering. And, I'm just gonna get on my soapbox here for a minute. Two problems with that. First one is, human suffering is... sorry to, like, use a stereotypical sort of refrain, but we're desensitized to it. It's been in bajillions of movies over many years. We're desensitized to it. Animal cruelty is still semi-taboo. What the fuck? I was not expecting a boss. Am I able to pause through this? No, but I am able to skip it. Oh, shit. Actually, you know what? Alright. I'm gonna have to hold that thought. Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't care that much, just kill me. We've had some deaths we haven't counted. I didn't mean to skip it. I was trying to figure out... I couldn't remember what the skip cutscene button was, so I was trying to see if there was a pause button. Anyway, I am sorry that I skipped it. I legitimately was not trying to. Yeah, just to wrap up my, like, train of thought that I was having earlier. Yeah, so, like, significant, like, animal cruelty and animal suffering in movies is extremely uncommon. Dead animals, fine. You see dead animals all the time. Or maybe, like, you know, an animal that's been, that's injured and, I don't know, just off the top of my head, you know, I don't know, a movie about a farmer and, like, there's an animal and it's suffering and he puts it out of its misery, like, you know, or whatever. But, like, so maybe suffering is not adequate. Torture, I think, would probably be more, put a finer point on it. But anyway, very, very uncommon. So, like, being sensitive to that and not as much to depictions of human suffering is, like, completely normal and not at all a sign that you're fucking psychotic, as some people seem to actually believe. Second of all, and I can't believe I need to point this out, don't we all know that, like, serial killers start on animals? So, like, your feelings towards animals and your feelings towards humans actually occupy a similar spot in your brain. So, like, there's a good argument for, like, the more animal suffering bothers you, just the, like, humans are given, right? And, you know, also the fact that, like, the animal actors in movies, and this might seem silly to some people, I'll grant them that, but, like, you know, the animals used in movies can't, they don't conduct interviews later where they're like, oh yeah, that scene was stressful, but everyone was really nice, like, you know, I had to, like, really sell it, and, you know, it was, you know, but everyone was real supportive, I was able to take breaks or whatever. Yeah, if you read about, like, an interview with an actor, like, after they've had to do, like, a scene where their character gets, you know, I don't know, pulled apart like a piece of bread or something like that. With animals, you just have to kind of, like, trust that, like, you know, they were nice to it. That's not to say that, like, they were awful, but, like, you know, just, I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a, maybe I'm just, maybe I'm too soft. What kind of bread? Like white bread, the kind of stuff that, like, that you can pull apart with, like, you know, by looking at it hard enough. Yeah, this movie that I almost watched, I actually, this is a while back now, but I actually got into an argument with some people about it. And I was just like, you know, it was people making all those same arguments that I just, like, in my opinion, skewered. And also, that movie was how I stumbled across a amazing website, which, if you're not aware of it, and this kind of stuff, like, ever matters to you under any circumstances that you can possibly imagine, it's called Does the Dog Die? And it's literally, you can go to this, you know, you can go to the site and look up any movie, and it'll tell you anything that could possibly happen in it that would be, you know, upsetting. Some of it, in my opinion, is a little silly, but my opinion doesn't matter on those things. But it's very, very useful for finding shit where I'm like, are some kids gonna drop, like, a kitten from the 10th floor down however many flights of stairs, and are we going to have to watch it limp away afterwards, and then later the kids find it and, you know, eventually kill it? which, by the way, is what actually happens in the movie that I'm referencing. Yeah, and that movie, everybody fucking, there's like 1% of people are like, oh my god, this was horrific, and I will never ever, I had to stop watching halfway through. I'm in that camp. Then like the next 9% of people are people like shouting down that 1% and calling, and you know, just being assholes. And the remaining 90% are people that gave the movie 9.5 out of 10 or higher. Yeah, well, it's like the concept of the movie was fascinating. It's about like apparently, you know, I have no, you know, it's about these kids that like grow, that basically just engage. It's about the basic concept is that it's about like the how it's actually not a bad concept. Like there's this idea that like innocence isn't inherently good, and you can be innocent and cruel at the same time. And I mean, anybody, if you think about it for a few seconds, anybody, I'm pretty sure will be able to like grasp what I'm getting at. But like innocence isn't necessarily a good thing. Yeah, it just follows these kids that just do these really just awful things. And that the event that I'm describing actually wasn't even halfway through the movie. It was like more like 25 to 35% of the way through. So there's like most of the movie left after that. So I was like, yeah, if we're on this and we're not even an hour in, then god damn it. What's worse is that I bought it off YouTube. I like to occasionally buy things on YouTube because then I don't have to worry about Netflix or Hulu or whatever, like getting rid of it. I have it forever. And oh man, I should have rented that movie first. Right, that's the way I don't want to go. I wanted to go back and continue exploring this before I got my ass chewed up by a boss. Is he balancing on a fucking plank? Aw, dude. I really hope that I can shoot him and he'll fall off and take a bunch of damage. I asked for that. I really wanted that to work so much better than it actually did. Yeah, I've got like a... By the way, Trets, I did not... I only half noticed that you were here. You're the same color as Razor. But yeah, I'm glad you're here because this is hopefully the finale. I want to try and beat this first boss of the DLC, and then I'm pretty much gonna go and fight what I'm pretty sure, I hope, is the final boss. Anyway. I mean, that's what people said about Dark Souls, too. It's, I don't know. If the final boss gives me so much trouble that I can't beat the game in this stream, then I'll go back and do the DLC. We'll have an encore. We'll go back and do more DLC, and then I'll make an attempt at the boss again. That's it's fucking grass. I wish I could, like, knock him off. Like, I shot him and he just, like, maintained perfect poise, didn't recoil at all. I was expecting him to fall off. But he just stood there like a statue and then just gently stepped on down like he was the fucking Terminator. This is probably going to be hugely wasteful, but I'm going to try it anyway. The fuck was that exactly? Whatever. God. Get down here, scumbag. That's right. Just like that. Okay. I think I've used the rifle spears, like, I almost said alt fire. What is this, a fucking third-person shooter? No. It's like the rifle part. The part that shoots things. I've used it correctly more times here in the DLC today than I think any other... era of my playthrough. Okay, what is this? What's down here? Well, I made back a couple of my oil urns. Oh, fuck you. Oh. Yeah, blood vials. I would say, like, blood vials are, like, in... Can I help you? Oh my god! Fucking... Can I not throw pebbles at the fucking... whatever. What is this thing? It's a human Nautilus. It's, you know what it is? It's the fucking Helix. It's the fucking Helix. This is a good omen from the Helix. Very good omen. The Helix is with us. Whirligig saw. That sounds like something that's probably really fun and has a strength requirement that requires like upwards of 400,000 souls for me to equip. Of course, why would that... Fucking Whirligig saw? Yeah, okay. Don't spoil it for me. But if I get to Elden Ring and play it and there's still this same stupid, obnoxious, like, weird favoritism towards strength above all other offensive stats, I will... There'll be, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, be bitching about it constantly. Because at that point, I'm playing, like, the most recent game that they've made and they're still doing the shit. Christ, okay, Alright, let's just, yeah, fuck it. Omnicidal Nihilist. But yes. Welcome to the stream, Omni. I shan't spoil it, but I also shan't spoil it. How's Bloodborne? Oh god. Everyone else has heard How's Bloodborne from me just a bajillion times now. They're probably just so sick of my bitching. Otherwise, they just find it hilarious. Bloodborne is Bloodborne is questionable. It's a good game. I like it. It's, I like Dark Souls better. There it is. I do like it. I think it's a good game. But, like, if you're gonna hang out on the stream, you're gonna hear me bitch about it a lot, because I just have, like, a mountain of, like, tiny little gripes that just are constantly just making my brain itch. Yeah, this, and it's not the difficulty. The difficulty's part of it, but it's the difficulty in conjunction with a bunch of other things, a bunch of those other little things. Just to try and give, like, a quick, like, cliff notes. I hate Chalice dungeons, because they're segregated from everything, they're isolated, they're boring. It seems like an overwhelming majority of the game's good treasure is locked behind them, and they're not fun. And many of them seem geared towards co-op. I'm not a co-op or PvP kind of person, at least not with strangers. Let's see. I hate that this piggybacks off that, but I hate that there's just not very much treasure in the main game. Like, I was over halfway through the game before, like, I found a thing that, like, got me excited. Let's see. There's still an overemphasis on strength in spite of shields not being a thing anymore. Equipment load's also not a thing. So why do most of the weapons have, like, really high strength requirements? Not most, but, like, at least half to a slight majority. Let's see. I hate that you have to warp back here every time you want to do basically anything. It also makes the game, it breaks up the environment, world, level design that was so awesome in Dark Souls. Because of that, there's a lot of shortcuts that are kind of pointless. For there being an emphasis on speed and agility and dodging, like, a lot of the... It takes... Again, I was, like, halfway through the game before I got a weapon that was, you know, light and fast. Let's see, what else? Insight is kind of stupid, in my opinion. There's a lot of punishment, which is fine. I played Dark Souls. Punishment's fine, but there's also, like, very little reward. Like, your reward is, it's over. There's not a lot of morale boosters as you're playing the game. In Dark Souls, like, I don't think that Dark Souls was... Maybe Dark Souls was, like, a touch easier than this, but not by much. It was just way easier to deal with, because there was, like, you kept finding shit that was cool, and you got, like, a bunch of... You could upgrade things and do different... And I know every weapon is technically 2 weapons. I think that's kind of lame, whatever. It's just a much more monochromatic, kind of disconnected experience for me. I don't know. That being said, I still like it. I wouldn't still be playing it if I thought it was a bad game. It's just extremely frustrating to start on Dark Souls and then go to this. Also, this game broke my desire to do blind playthroughs of any other Soulsborne game ever again. I will never... I did Dark Souls blind, I tried to do this blind. Completely blind, not even looking up mechanics or anything like that, just trying to figure it all out. I'll never do that again. Because I almost broke a controller, which I haven't done since I was like 16. So, yeah. Anyway, end rant. I will catch up with the chat in just a second. Oh god, is there any point to this? Probably not. No, no, wait. I want to save my insight because there's a summony dude. Fuck it, I'll sell another 16 of these. Just realized I was almost out of those homeward bones. Okay. Alright, before I go back and get my face chewed off. Let me, Alright. As far as fucking blasphemous. Yeah. What are your gripes? Talk to me. Yada yada. Yeah. I mean, this is all... I haven't read everything yet, but like everything you're saying so far is stuff that I was more or less aware of going into it. So it's not that like... I mean, I did use shields a lot in Dark Souls, but like, that game felt balanced around this. This game feels balanced around visceral attacks and guns, so that's fine. I personally am not nearly as good with the whole like frame accurate timing thing, but that's not even... I mean, you heard my list of complaints. That's not... I mean, that's whatever. I've been able to get better and get them at about like a 50% rate, depending on the enemy. But that's, you know, that is what it is. That's not going to be... I'm not actually going to complain about that. I mean, the main complaints I have all boil down to like... are all... I would say more game design related than gameplay related. Nothing about the gameplay would bother me if it... There's just so little... Going through the game, like I really just... My main motivation to get through the game was just to see it through. Because there's not a whole lot, and still hasn't been a whole lot, like to look forward to. In my opinion. And my, like, don't make it your job to convince me. First of all, you won't. And second of all, I mean, my opinion doesn't matter. I only shared it because you asked. Skill increases, yeah. 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 It's a castle. Inside it. You don't have to explain the mechanics to me. Like I've gathered most of this already. Yeah. But yeah. I know this game is very popular and beloved, and so like I was apprehensive about getting into Soulsborne games to begin with, and then Dark Souls was extremely enjoyable. I love Dark Souls. And then this game, I kind of went into it with the expectation that it would be like that, but different. And that's kind of true, but it's also not. Like it's... The best way I could describe it is like... I had to try and like sum it up without thinking too much about it. It would be Dark Souls with guns instead of shields. Like minimalist edition, because there's just a bunch of shit that was in Dark Souls that's just missing here. And I miss it. And it's not stuff that necessarily made the game easier. It was just stuff to, you know, a big part of why I love Dark Souls so much was actually not so much the Had nothing to do with the difficulty or the gameplay, but it was about the character progression and like the more like, you know, nerdy RPG aspects of it. Like I ate that shit up. And here you have like just a fraction of as many options. I'm normally a very, if you haven't noticed already, I'm pretty cautious when I play games like this. But that's not because I'm, you know, trying to be going out of my way to be scared. I actually am good at playing games cautiously. I believe that that's like a skill. Maybe cautiously isn't the word. Observant, you know, strategically, whatever. Most games, I kind of take that with me, and it's an advantage, and, you know, I can kind of... because it's just how I play games. I've gotten fairly good at it. Here, it doesn't feel like I'm getting any advantage by, like, you know, applying my playstyle of the game. It just feels like I'm having to play cautiously just to, like, skate by. Just to, like, barely survive. Again, I still like the game. It's still, like, I don't think I could give it... I mean, I don't know, I'm not a game reviewer or whatever, but like a lot of times I bitch about games, and I am like, yeah, this is just me bitching. None of this would actually... If I was a reviewer, I wouldn't dock points for this shit. But like with this game, there's been many things where I'm just like, yeah, I'd struggle personally to give it a 9. 8, surely, but... yeah, sorry, I'm distracted as fuck. I need to go back and summon... There was a summon thingy, and I wanted to use it, so... I'm going to. I was trying to remember where it is. Where is it? That's right, it was down here. You'd still give it an 8? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's... Without thinking about it too much, and also bearing in mind the fact that it's... I'm not a critic, and there's aspects of game design that I've picked up a lot over the years, having played games since I was, you know, 5, basically. There's probably plenty I don't know, so... I would also not ever want to be somebody that reviews video games, like, professionally, because... yeah, those people get death threats. Which blows my mind a little bit, like... Anyway. Alright, so there was a boss, and that boss was mostly just slapping me and jumping on me a lot, so... I'm hoping that that's physical damage, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I didn't actually put on the mask from this thing. Let's see. How's she look? She looks like she's from... It looks like a fucking... Looks like I'm in the KKK, just, like... I look like a KKK member that, like, refuses to do their laundry and just lets shit get, like, really dirty. Yeah, I'm taking that off. I swear to God, I've been wearing this headpiece right here, for, like, the entire game. Except for, like, brief intermissions. I like this thing, but I'm noticing that, like, when I'm wearing this, I have a really hard time seeing what's in either of my character's hands. Because the fucking feathers obscure my view, so I can't, like, glance down and be like, which gun do I have equipped? You know. It's actually kind of weird. That's something I never noticed before. The little plus UI element that actually shows you your current equipped weapons and shit that was down in the bottom left corner in Dark Souls. I just now noticed that that's completely absent here. So you actually have to look at your character if you've forgotten which weapon you're using. It's basically just dumb shit like that. Shit where it's like, why did they change that? What purpose did that serve other than to just piss me off? That can sum up, like, most of my complaints with this game. They're little things. There's a lot of them. And because they're little, you're wondering, like, why they were changed to begin with. Oh, I have 2 of these things now. How exciting. Alright, that's right. We need to put on our actual weapon again. Alright. Let's mosey. Wait, no, let's not mosey that way. Let's mosey this way. Okay. Please do not go after the giant with the cannon. Please just avoid. Just don't look. Just come on, this way. Please don't. No, don't do it! Come on! Is he gonna stay there? Is he not gonna come with me? Buddy, come on! Oh no. Ah, no, he's... Come on! You got this. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I guess in future attempts, I guess I'll probably have to kill that thing first. Yeah, well... The idea of hunting something that big, that sticks out that much, to me, calls into question the entire concept of hunting. See, at that point, you're not hunting, you're just kind of fighting. It's like calling, I don't know, it's like calling The Rock a hunter. Like, does he fight people? Does he, you know, is he probably capable of hurting some people with his muscles? Probably, but he's not hunting shit. He's just meeting people and exchanging fisticuffs. Alright. Gonna roll the dice here and guess that this thing is maybe weak to fire. Most things in this game that have been covered in fur have been less fans of fire, so I don't know. We'll test that hypothesis. What else was I going to use? I wanted to use... Oh, right. Yeah, and in that vein, we'll bring this along. Boy. Off to a fantastic start. Ow. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Oh, great. What's happening now? Oh, I'm dead. That's what's happening now. Healing Lazarus. To be fair, in this circumstance, Sutter was forced into it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Oh, God. Couldn't tell if that... Doing the bone marrow ash, then the oil urn, and then the flame sprayer, like, it's like a... It seems like it hits hard, but there's quite a bit of assembly required. Ah, shit, I forgot to kill the big thing. Damn it. Oh well. Alright, quick before his friend comes. Shit. Give me that. Come here. Don't you dare aggro the guy with the axe, god damn it. I'm never gonna not feel bad for that guy. Whoa, what is that? Oh. I've seen... I recognize that now that I'm seeing it from the front. I just can't remember where else I've seen it. Okay. I don't know why I always, like, hope that I'll be able to, like, use this pitiful regen to make up for the blood bullets. It never... It's never that fast. So, yeah, fuck it. My instinct to like sit here and like try and like optimize, but like it feels like it makes so little difference in this one. I mean, I know it does make some difference. I'm not trying to like sweep it under the rug, it just feels... I don't know. All right. Are you fucking serious? I'm remarkably bad at hitting with those things. Yeah, that's not even worth the items that I'm spending on that. Fuck. Dude, take a chill pill. Maybe let's get down from here. This seems like a masterclass on getting trapped. I hit it so hard I triggered a cutscene. No armor, I mean, well, you could make armor matter in Dark Souls, but also there was like, armor definitely felt like a Yeah, the
My guiding.
comparing armor in this game and armor in Dark Souls is... Yeah. That doesn't look good. Ow, fuck. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think I'm going to... I'm gonna redo my Carol runes. I don't know, maybe that will help. I feel like this game is like just forcing me to break a lot of habits from Dark Souls that I didn't realize needed to be broken. Like, you know, in Dark Souls, people noted a lot in Dark Souls that like I was doing well in that if I tried one thing for like 2 attempts, I would just be like, nah, I'm not doing that anymore. And then I would move on to something else. I would like constantly change my strategy until I found something. With this game, it's really hard to tell if that, like, ever matters. It's just like there's one... It just feels like there's one way to play the game, and that's kind of it. Hoping that his fucking Final Fantasy VII Blade Beam limit break is arcane. I don't know, seems like a safe bet. I don't think I got any new... I don't think I got any new gems. I'll double check real quick though. I do have a lot of fire attack stuff, but like... Assuming that thing was weak to fire, like... My two best weapons can't be augmented. Like I can't put fire on them or whatever, so... And if I put fire on anything weaker than that, then it's just gonna break even. Maybe he's a beast? I'm just guessing at this point. This fucking thing. Did you build, did you do a strength build? No? Well, fuck you then. Alright. Yeah, I don't think that, I'm not gonna try that whole fucking thing with the flame sprayer. That was way too many buttons in different places on the controller. For far too little payoff. I can only summon that dude one more time. So actually, I think I might just give up if I don't beat him on the next time, because I don't know, somehow I doubt I'm gonna stand a chance without that summon thing. And like, I don't know, people told me they were like, you know, over level 100 when they beat the game, so I've tried not to level up too much. But also my stats are just all over the place, which is another reason why I'm never gonna play one of these games blind again. Well, I can't use this, but I can sure as shit upgrade it for when I can use it. And let's see, maybe. Oh, the temptation is strong. Should I? Shouldn't I? I wish I had a choice between this and the rifle spear, but I haven't been able to get the rifle spear up to +9. Yeah, I probably killed him. At around the halfway point in the game, I, in a fit of frustration that I have no problem, like, I'm totally unashamed of, I just, kind of went and just slaughtered every NPC I could find. Except for the ones here in the Hunter's Dream. Which is the exact opposite of what I did in Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, I let everybody live. I was a total sweetheart. Yeah, but I really, like I've been saying, just I'm a broken record at this point. I hate the Chalice. The Chalice dungeons, that really just that speaks to my point about them being grindy, and what I loved about Dark Souls is that compared to this is like every time I did any grinding in Dark Souls, it felt like a choice. I didn't really feel. I mean, maybe there was like one or two exceptions, but even those arguably were just because I didn't know better. In terms of like game mechanics or whatnot, like I don't know, like I resent having to farm so much stuff aside from the like from especially like blood vials and bullets. Like that's just annoying to just have to halt your progress, not because you need to level up, but because you need to go like get a refill. I don't know. That's just me. God, I really want to use this thing. You know what? Fuck it. I feel like... God. Nah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I really only have time for one more attempt if I want to like beat the game tonight. Assuming this is the final boss and there's no surprise like second boss around the corner from here, but yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna do, damn it. I wanted to see if I could spec the saw spear to... I mean, assuming this thing follows the logic of every other big furry enemy that makes loud noises in this game, I can probably... tune this thing accordingly. I might just buy flame paper though. I don't know if it's really worth it to me to use the blood gem slot. Probably still not going to match up against either the Rifle Spear or the Blade of Mercy, but I'm willing to try. Thanks, Laudius. And yeah, to everybody else in chat, like, you know, I'm gonna try and focus this down, so stick with me, but I probably won't be... I'll probably be checking the chat less and less just so that I can stay focused. These things cost 8 grand now? Go fuck yourself. It's just... Fuck off. Oh my god. 8 grand for some flaming paper. Like... Just... Why? Just because fuck you, that's why. God. Maybe I have some in storage, I doubt it. Yeah, definitely not. Fucking 8 grand for fire paper. Well, you know what? Now I'm gonna, like, stop and I'm gonna fucking farm up enough money to buy at least 2. Real quick. Because... I don't know, the game must be telling me that, oh man. Are you sure it's too expensive? Seems really important to us. Speaking of killing NPCs, by the way, in Dark Souls there were like, you know, you'd do a playthrough not killing any NPCs, and then you would do a playthrough killing NPCs because there were benefits to both. In this game, there's been... Well, now let me walk that back, because I was about to say there haven't been many benefits to killing NPCs, but there hasn't been many benefits to killing most things. Ah, whoops, I fucked that up. I'm being lazy right now. This normally is nowhere near this much of a clusterfuck. Ah, god. You know what? Fuck it. Do I have one of those thingies? Did I buy it? Yeah, okay. Fine. Whoops. At this point, I may as well just warp back. That was like the worst one of those has ever gone. Because I'm just... Like I said, senioritis. I don't know what happened there. I promise I don't suck at the game that bad. I'd hold your hair back, buddy, but you don't have any. Yeah, but I think I... Is it like at the top, like near the boss? Because like... Yeah, it's probably a great echo farm if I survive, if I live through it. Which I'm not an expert at yet. That farm right there is more sort of idiot-proof. What was I doing? That's right. I'm gonna buy some of this ludicrously overpriced fire paper. This is almost like one of those things where it's like the nerve. Like, I want to find the developer who picked this number. Or who picked this, you know, this price schedule. I'd just be like, what the fuck's the matter with you? I've got a hot take in my head right now, but I'm gonna keep it to myself. I know everyone's gonna want to know what it is, but it's really just... it's not worth saying. Right, well... I don't know, I haven't tried it. Like, I went through that area once to get through to and beat the boss, and then I never went back. I mean, I went back to that area, but not to that part of that area. Because... I mean, yeah. I could go and try and do it, and it may turn out to be really easy, but at this point, I'm trying to beat the game because I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to play something else. Unlike Dark Souls, this game has motivated me to take a vacation from it, not continue with New Game Plus. I do want to do the New Game Plus eventually. Dark Souls I played all the way through, first playthrough, and then immediately continued with New Game Plus. Same stream, actually. I think the stream where I beat the final boss, beating the final boss is the first thing I did, and then we went straight to New Game Plus. Here? No. 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 But I don't ever quit games mid-playthrough unless I really hate the game, which has only happened once. And I hated it for reasons that... Actually, the only thing gameplay related that made me hate it was that it was too easy. Or it became too easy, but there were other reasons. Okay. Okay, cool. I can use the fire paper on this thing. The handful of times I've wanted bolt or fire paper, it's just been like, yeah, but my two best weapons are weapons I can't augment. But yeah. Is it the only other Covenant rune I have was given to me by somebody who's dead now because I killed them. And then I killed their friend that showed up, pissed off that I killed them. And, unlike most other things about the game, I'm not going to complain about whatever the consequences of that are. And this, using the summons is something that I have no shame about doing here, because, like, I went through pretty much all of my first playthrough of Dark Souls, not even realizing that I could summon NPCs. And I think I managed to once. And, like, by accident. And then I died and lost all my humanity and didn't realize why I couldn't do it again. Speaking of do it again, I did again. I came in here and summoned Henriette. Summon her again without killing these things first. Oh, fuck you! The fuck? Ah, come on, just... Let's go, please. For the love of fuck, come on, get over here. Please. Okay. Fuck it. Did that thing just bucket me like a fucking horse? God damn it. And then suddenly all my fucking HP was gone. See, this is... I've pinpointed it. This is exactly the spot where I start to get, like, truly frustrated with most of the bosses in this game. Is about the point where I realize that in Dark Souls right about now, I would be trying something different, and that whatever thing I was trying different would make some kind of noticeable difference. Like, I just feel really trapped in... Like, I've got to beat the boss in, like, one of two ways, pretty much. And that is, that's more demoralizing than dying, I think, is probably the best way I know how to put that. Like, dying is like whatever, like, you know. But dying and realizing that you really can't do much different, at least not with the tools that you have, you know. It's just kind of a bummer. Really. Yeah. I mean, I did the DLC on Dark Souls, and it was definitely, you know, not a cakewalk. But, I don't know. Dark Souls and I were just a better fit, I think. I don't know. I don't think the Saw Spear was doing that much more damage, even with... Yeah, like the... Whatever... I'd be very curious to know what, like... The damage formulas in this game have to be significantly different from Dark Souls, because, like... Elemental sort of affinities were not busted, but they were, you know, noticeable. Here, it's like... If you have a non-elemental weapon that's like 2 levels higher, or even just 1 level higher, than an elemental one, it's like... basically no difference. I'm gonna make one more attempt, and then I'm gonna give up and go... Again, I really hope, beat the game. I think it's worth even bothering with. Oh my god. I cannot believe I, dodged that somehow. I feel like my fucking charge attacks are just like not going off. I think I'm just getting interrupted. My patience for this is just so low. It's not like patience like I'm about to get mad, it's just like not patience. Patience is the wrong word. My motivation. Yeah. So I'm gonna go do what the doll told me to, and I don't know. I wonder... The final boss of Dark Souls was actually the only time I was disappointed in how easy it was. But I think... Yeah, if I remember correctly, the final boss of Dark Souls in the initial playthrough was the only one that I used to summon NPC with, and it was because I finally, like, put 2 and 2 together. So I got to have that for the final boss fight, and then on New Game Plus, I did the opposite. I summoned every time I could, but then for the final boss, I specifically went it alone. Yeah, this blows. Let's get out of here. Okay. Hmm. Let's see here. I just learned recently that I can like unplug chalices and plug them back in and then redo them all completely fresh, all the bosses respawn and everything. I literally just learned that like a week ago. So now that I know that these items can be farmed, I'm less scared of selling them. I mean, I wasn't really scared of selling them at all to begin with, but yeah. Alright, the urge to upgrade this is so strong, but I'm gonna hold off. Alright, let's just try and make these as overpowered as I possibly can. Okay, and then... Pretty sure this is... I've had like the same blood gems equipped in this thing for a while now. There's not really much else to do with it. Alright. And then for this, I got like a bajillion, blood-tinged chubs from the DLC, and like all of them, none of them like are an upgrade over even some of the like tiny ones. Like this thing. Look at this. None of those are an improvement over this like rank 7 one. Alright. That's enough of that. I'm gonna start off and try to see what I can get away with. I hate having that like massive chunk of extra HP for no logical reason. Just bothers me for no reason, I don't know why. So I usually try and focus on defense and not HP. Let's start with this. See how it does. Just be sure we look stylish while we're doing it. At least a little bit. Alright, let's go, again, I really hope this is the end of the game. This is tough to stream. I would say that this is a lot... The difference between streaming this and just playing it by myself in terms of, like, difficulty is... It's not insane, but it's a lot more significant than I'm used to. I should spend these. Alright. Yeah, this gate opened. It's like the thing I was wondering about for pretty much from the beginning of the game, and then I just forgot about it. Oh, this reminds me of something. Hold on. I want to say Midsummer, but but that's based on something else. I can't remember what it is though. I know it. It's just like escaping me at the moment. It's on the tip of my tongue. Whatever. Whatever. And this place is lovely. So I just get to kind of... I thought the Hunter's Dream was serene. It was a lot more serene when half of it wasn't like in a permanent state of being on fire. Oh yeah, maybe I should try using some of these. Maybe, I don't know. Every now and then that tentacled thing has been super handy. No reason not to try everything, I guess. Yeah, you're lucky. Yeah, Lazarus, that's... What you just said is a titanic no-no. But I'm gonna let it slide, because presumably I'm probably moments away from the final boss.
Good hunter, you've done well. The night is near its end. Now, I will show you mercy. You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream.
Well... Yeah. Lazarus, you have been rescued by the fact that the thing you spoiled was literally seconds away. I don't feel like dying. I've been doing that enough.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it would have been... I would take back every mean thing I've said about this game if he had just done like a fucking rubber Johnny there. Just hiked up his wheelchair and started breakdancing. Oh man.
After these sorts of messes.
It's really bad form to fake being handicapped, buddy.
Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
Aren't you fucking cool?
Accept your death. Be freed from the night.
Visceral attacks are just... They're just the biggest tease. Because when you... I feel like I always get one right and then I want to do more and then... I don't know. The game fucking wants you to get greedy with them. You know it does. Well, given that I don't know. Even though I think it's kind of, like... Never mind. I don't ever want to be accused of taking the easy way out in one of these games. Within reason. But, yeah, I will be taking the easy way out on my next playthrough of any Souls game, by which I mean I will not be playing blind. I can't imagine a harder way to play this game than blind. Like, without even looking up game mechanics. Just having to piece literally everything, like pretending the internet doesn't exist. I literally... There probably is a harder way, you know, whatever. Like, I'm sure somebody's beat the game at like level 1 or whatever. But, like, holy shit. A blind playthrough has never felt so punishing. Don't want to do this. I don't know. I'm sure they are, and I'm sure that we should all just fucking lick the assholes of everybody that's done one. But, I don't have that kind of time on my hands. I don't defend them by saying that they have a life that disrespects the entire achievement. Of course it took, like, days and days and days and months off their life to achieve that. If you're gonna make it sound like it was nothing, then, well, it's nothing. I don't know what I'm doing. I've been streaming for 8 hours, so I'm, like, probably in no condition to be fighting this boss, but I want to be done. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just keep slamming our faces into it. Oh, nice. My decision is set in stone. Apparently, that's what this nightmare fog suggests. If I had the opportunity to make the choice again, then I don't think this would be here. That's kind of neat. Alright, well. Ooh, I like this music. Damn it. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Alright, okay, alright. What the fuck? I had to test it. I think there could have been time for me to... Also, the heightened blood pressure that you feel like with some of these bosses is like, I mean, I feel like my health is being impacted up until the point when I beat the boss. It's like, I don't know, people describe it as cathartic, but like, it's just stress, that's all it is. This is something that, like, you know, 10 years from now, if I'm still doing this for whatever reason, like, I'll probably want to go, like, have a physical before I attempt a boss fight like this. Yeah, like, I could totally see, like, you watch, it's gonna happen, like, you know, as the first generation of, like, you know, late 20th century gamers, like, ages into, like, later adulthood, you're absolutely gonna see the first person to have fucking a heart attack, you know, with some shit like this, assuming, like, people don't grow out of video games at a given age. Remember when people thought that was a thing? Remember, like, growing up when video, like, you know, in the 90s, like, nobody knew what would happen when kids growing up with video games, you know, grew up. Would they still play the video games? Or would they be like, no, it's for kids? Yeah, I don't know. I'm as close to 40 as I am to 30, and, other than this shit, like, making me feel like I need to, like, stop and take, like, deep breaths between each fucking pull of this stupid boss. Not slowing down, hopefully. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna make another one of those strategic changes to my approach that's probably, like, at best, like, just barely enough to make a difference, and at worst, like, a complete waste of time. I'm just gonna abandon the spear completely and just go full on with the Blades of Mercy. Where's the one that's fucking just all attack up? Where is it? Oh, whoops. I'm still looking at the fucking rifle spear, god damn it. Okay. When I play Pokemon Infinite Fusion after this, that's the loot for beating this game. That's my present to myself. This is like the closest streaming has ever come for me to being like proper work. I usually go out of my way to make sure that I don't have that experience, because then I'll be just really, really awful and unfun to be around. Alright. I'm just gonna unequip this completely so that I don't accidentally switch to it. Same with this fucking thing, god damn it. Actually, maybe let me just not use, I'll just not use the repeating pistol. Use this instead. At this point, I'm gonna invest in visceral attacks for this, which seems like the way to go. Then I used this once, and I could not tell the difference. But, yeah, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Hmm. I wonder. Only 10%, that's a bummer. I don't know, though. Maybe it's worth it. Whatever, let's try it. Seemed like all of that was physical damage, except for, I don't know, maybe the fucking gust attack. Maybe this will be good? Who knows? Question mark? Maybe, let's see, how goofy am I willing to put up with looking while I fight this guy? Alright, whatever. Wind damage, of course. How silly of me not to have known that. You're kidding me. Hold on. This PS5 is like less than a year old, but the cord that came with it is just horribad, just awful. Like it just, after like a couple weeks, it like stopped charging unless I unplugged it from both, unless I unplug it from both ends and plug it back in numerous times and like fiddle with the cord. And yeah, it's dumb. Okay. Oh, wow. No, that's awful. Why would the game like, oh man. Okay. If I accidentally switch, instead of switching to a weapon I don't want to use, I'm gonna switch to my bare fucking fist. Great. Alright. Just do not hit left or right on the D-pad ever. What even is an interrupt window? I was like, that whole time I was hammering this trigger. Just shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. he's attacking so many times, surely I'll interrupt him. But no. I was like, even though this game's supposed to be faster paced than Dark Souls, like your recovery time, your character's recovery time makes, you know, fucking Bowser like Sonic the Hedgehog. What am I doing? Alright, let's, I don't know. I guess maybe I should have something alternate. I could just, you know, stop and go grind or whatever, but like, I don't know, this, one of the things about a game with this reputation, with the reputation that this game and most other Souls games have, is that like, I don't know, if you take any, don't get me wrong, some people have way too much pride in being a fucking hardcore gamer, but if you care at all about like being this kind of, on a lot of levels this hurts to say, but if you care at all about being good at something, not to say that you should or that that's a requirement, but if you care, like if it matters to you, if it's part of what makes it fun for you, like some people can have fun playing things that they aren't good at. I'm not one of those people. Like, that just makes me like miserable. Then yeah, like you just get really, I was so self-conscious when I was playing Dark Souls for the first time. I was like, Jesus Christ, like, you know, how many people are gonna show up and be like, what are you doing, you suck? I don't know, the game's reputation for being difficult overshadows the games themselves. I feel like that was the case with Dark Souls. Less so with this one, but the whole time I was playing Dark Souls, I was like, man, if people would have just shut up about how, oh my god, so hard this game apparently is, I would have like played it ages ago. People just hype it out. They hype it up like it's just like stint in the fucking, I don't know, Marine Corps or some other stereotypically pivotal rite of passage or whatever. Yeah, I mean, like, in a vacuum, you could just play this, you know, without, like, because of the reputation these games have, like, nobody wants to beat this game at level 200, and then for people to be like, ah, well, yeah, of course you beat it, you're level 200. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things that's just... I don't know. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, I'm gonna start losing the ability to complete thoughts. I do not have another stream of this in me. And I do not want to leave it unfinished either, so... This this is happening one way or the other. Yeah, I really... I still firmly... I think it's entirely possible that this is not any harder than Dark Souls was. It's just that my tolerance is so much lower because there's much less payoff. Like, you know... It's like, imagine a game where, like... It's like an action RPG where you have weapons, armor, all that stuff. And, like, your only reward for doing anything in the game was, like, I don't know, an achievement saying you did the thing. It's like, yeah, okay, but... I don't know. I want to stop talking now because I really do want to get this done. But my mind is meandering a lot more. Oh, hold on. Let me go back and change those Carol runes, because that 10% visceral attacks thing did not... I mean, I'm sure the extra damage was there, but it didn't exactly stick out. That was a horrible time to make blood bullets. Oh, fuck you. Oh, man.
Must accept your death.
Progress. That's another reason why I like I just want to play. I want to have a first playthrough of a Soulsborne game where I'm not at like every possible disadvantage. Quite the opposite. I would love to see. Like we'll never know now, but I would love. I almost don't want to do New Game Plus. I almost want to like just start a fresh new playthrough of this. Look up all of the things and come at the game with like every possible disadvantage or every possible advantage and see how big the difference is. These don't seem worth it. Not by themselves, anyway. I don't know. very difficult to tell, like, what's helping and what's not. I also don't know if, like, is this physical damage 3% helping more than 5% HP? What? Who knows? Or whatever, let's try it. Let's just have all the HP, fuck it. Pretty sure there's nothing I could put on that would give me more physical defense. Well, unless I want to put an iron box on my head, which I mean, fuck it. Actually, here, let's have a witch's hat. Look at that shit. Oh my god. I look ridiculous, but I'm beyond caring at this point. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta start just remembering to do that by default. Why did I do that? God damn it. Oh look, I'm back down into double digits of blood vials. Uh-oh. Haven't been there in a while. Don't know that that's helping, so maybe I just won't use it. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna use any of this crap. No tricks, just, my boomstick and my other boomstick and my sharp stick. For shits and giggles, I'm gonna try using that, try using these beast pellets and just see if I can glass cannon my way through. It's a shame because, like, this... I actually really like this fight. Fuck. Fuck! God damn it! Oh man, he totally could have been dead by now. Ho ho ho. Fuck you. Bye, Bloodborne. This is the end, right? That's the end. Surely. Yeah, okay. Well, bye, Bloodborne. Yeah. I'll see you in... You're grounded. I'll see you in a long time. Oh no, there's more. If there's more, I don't... Oh god. What the fuck is this thing? Let me guess, I just got the bad ending. Whatever, I don't care. Fuck you and your bad ending. Oh my god, it is the bad ending.
And so, the hunt begins again.
Because I'm the one in the wheelchair now. That's... I am relieved that's over. Like, no joke. This is, like, this is the reason why I've only been streaming, like, 1 day a week for the past 3 weeks. Is because I'm like, I need to finish Bloodborne, but... God damn it, I don't, like... I don't... I'm yeah. Anyway. Next we're gonna do, like... The next playthrough, I will have downloaded all of the information on this, and it will be a fair fight, and I'll know all the shit, and yeah. Yeah, go ahead, tell me all the things. Go on. I can't promise that I'll be, like, my response will be as enthusiastic as you might like. Yeah, feel free to gush about whatever you want to. Just because I was miserable playing this game doesn't mean that you all can't love it with all your hearts. I will say this, I liked that final boss fight better than the final boss in Dark Souls. That's a plus, yeah. Good on you, game. That was a... Although apparently, like... who knows? I'll know eventually. Just, yeah. That wasn't the final boss. Your build was incredibly detrimental to your style of gameplay in the sense that your HP was way lower than the average person's. You did solid with that in mind. You're kidding. Did I not ask? Like, I feel like I asked at least once at some point, like, am I a wet paper bag? Like, what's going on here? But I guess people were afraid to tell me, I don't know. And Razor Skill, like, just fuck off. Like, the credits are rolling. I don't, if that's not the final boss, then the game has just... I don't know. I don't want to say anything else because, like, I just... This has, like, really driven it home that you do blind playthroughs of Soulsborne games at your peril. Like, at your mental and psychological peril. Oh god, I'll never do that again. Never, ever, ever. Dark Souls was... I thought it would be fine, because Dark Souls was, like, just... mwah, the sweet spot. Like, it was perfect. In terms of, like, the added difficulty from not knowing shit about the game. Here, I'm just, like... I just felt like I was... I kept having to remind myself that, like, I shouldn't call the game unfair, because the game is probably made with, you know, the internet in mind, and the fact that people will, you know, figure shit out, write guides and all that. I just, yeah. Never again will I play a Soulsborne game without, like, studying up on, like, all of the game mechanics first and everything. Because, oof. I'm owning it, though. Like, that was... I chose to do that, thinking it would be fine. I feel like I had every reason to believe it would be fine. But, yeah, this is the first... This is by far the hardest blind playthrough of anything I've ever done. Like, it was... Usually, blind playthroughs are fun. Here, it was like... just a multi-tiered handicap. And given that it only took 10 streams, and I guarantee you my death counter is not as high as it was in Dark Souls, but I think that's just... There's things that I learned from Dark Souls that did help me in this game, like... My brain's cooked, but there were things. Anyway, let me catch up with the chat. I was a wet paper bag! My stats should have been 30, 40, 25, 20... Get out of here. Really? Wait, 30, 40, 20... What is that referring to? Which... Is that... 20... Yeah. I mean, I had way more of a... I had a spread in Dark Souls as well. And then in New Game Plus, I actually, like, 180'd and, like, was like, I don't feel like doing strength anymore, and I just stopped on a dime at, like, 30-something strength, and was just like, I'm gonna go dexterity instead, fuck it. Yeah, I was trying to... I don't know, I tried to, I remember from Dark Souls that stats had, caps at various points. And, I kind of, like, ballparked my stamina and vitality around what I remember from how they were in Dark Souls. And I knew I was gonna have to dodge a lot. And, I know that I'm also, like, a little bit trigger happy when it comes to blocking in Dark Souls, and... Okay, hold on. Oh, is this the New Game Plus starting? Oh, no, no, no. No. Oh, no, game. Like... You have not earned this from me. God damn it.
Think it all a mere bad dream.
Oh, man. I guess I could... Okay. That's what this is, right? This is the New Game Plus. This isn't like another cutscene. It's doing like Dark Souls did, where it just fires right up at the end. I was a spongy SpongeBob, holy shit. $40-bit? Holy fuck! Surely that's not what people, like, beat the game at, like, prior to the DLC. I just know that I tend to guzzle my stamina just reflexively. Also, I had no idea, like, I mean, I didn't know if I was gonna get, I don't know. I guess there's a couple reasons. I mean, the game as a whole seems very much like it's geared more towards offense and less defense, so I tried, believe it or not, I actually really tried to embrace that. I was like, I basically just, with the exception of strength, because it got personal there for me, I was like, fuck you, I'm not touching strength. No matter how much you're gonna try and browbeat me into it, game. But, like, I tried to prioritize an offensive stat. One of the three. I decided a little bit too late that Blood Tinge really wasn't my cup of tea. And then, well, it was hard to say, right? Because, like, first I had the Rifle Spear, and that was, like, a mainly, like, skill and Blood Tinge weapon. So I was like, okay, like, I like this weapon, let's make these my stats. But then I found the fucking Blades of Mercy, and they, like, it was really weird, because at the beginning of the game, so many of the weapons scale with, like, I picked up the Saw Spear, and I saw that it had scaling in Strength, Skill, and Arcane, and I was like, wait, what? Am I starting the game with a fucking, like, occult weapon? Like, what is this? What is all of this scaling and just all of the stats? And so I was like, okay, like, I guess that's a thing. And then I found the Blades of Mercy, which are, like, far more specialized, but are focused with Arcane and not skill, which I still don't know exactly how. Or not, I didn't mean to say skill, I meant to say Blood Tinge. And, so I had to kind of, like, reverse course there a little bit and, like, focus more on, like, just leave Blood Tinge alone from once I started getting really invested in that. But I actually tried to only consider leveling Vitality when just I couldn't take it anymore. Like, when I was at the end of my fucking rope. Like, the couple streams there in the middle where I, like, damn near threw my controller and was just, like, legitimately pissed off. Like, I put a ton of... I think most of my Vitality happened in between that stream and the next one. But other than that, I was like, if I kill the thing faster, then I won't need as much HP. I don't know. Yeah. Arcane is pretty lackluster. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, a few of the, like, little item tool things that use Arcane, like, most of them honestly seem like shit, but I guess I could have invested harder in them. But, like, a few of them were really good. A couple of them saved my ass a few times. But, like, the thing is with guns and Blood Tinge is that, like, you know, by far, like, you know, a gun is just as good at doing interrupts with, like, regardless of what your Blood Tinge is, and I didn't, you know, had I realized that at the beginning of the game, I probably would have done things differently. But also I was, like, I remember for all of New Game Plus and Dark Souls, if you guys remember, I basically I mean, I know I kind of like changed my mind and went from strength to dexterity, but more than that, I felt like I prioritized like humanity. Like I considered myself like a humanity spec character by the end, because I was just like, at all times I was like, never be hollow, have 10 humanity on me always, because I just was having so much fun with like the weapons that scale with humanity, which was kind of neat. I felt unique and special and different. But yeah, and so but humanity increases your item discovery, and I noticed that arcane is what does that in this game. So I was like, I you know, I felt like item discovery would only ever benefit me, and I only got more invested in that idea the more I realized how much of a like in-game economy grind this is compared to Dark Souls. How like, you know, for a decent chunk of the middle there, like I was not spending any. I was spending all of my blood echoes on bullets and blood vials. I don't know. Anyway, let me get behind here. Works with the Moonlight Sword and for some guns, but that's it. Oh, yeah, I didn't. I noticed. Here, let me. Let's see here. What? Let me see. We've got. I don't. What was that? Okay, here we go. This. I used this a couple times and noticed that like it makes me slow down. Like there's a big animation lock on this, and I didn't use it much after that. The range on this feels like it. You know, you have to be like within kissing distance of whoever you're fighting for it to take an effect. This felt like it was good sometimes. This felt like it could borderline replace my gun if I had gotten good with it. This was stupid and useless because my two best weapons couldn't be augmented. I'm 2 points away from being able to use this. I am curious about it. That said, it's expensive as fuck. This also feels expensive as fuck, considering it didn't really feel like it was helping much. So yeah, I guess you're right, but I don't know. I noticed that my you know, the Blades of Mercy use arcane, so that's kind of why I switched gears there a little bit. But I also remember, I vaguely remember with Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, I could be misremembering this, but to the best of my memory, in Dark Souls, stats like the gains per level up in a stat are like they fall off a cliff after level 30. That's also, I assumed that something like that was the case here, so that's why I kind of stopped with skill where it was. And you know, I also figured like I've got these like Carol Rune things that like have these big HP and stamina boosts, so I was like, if I was kind of using those to pad my stamina and vitality if I ever needed it. That way I could focus more points in defense, because like none of the Carol Runes really seem, the vast majority of them are like, seem to be defensive or like utilities like that. Anyway, I don't even know what the Moonlight Greatsword is. I'm sure I missed all manner of weapons. The reason people use Ludwig's and Saw Cleaver Spear. What the fuck are kin? Because if kin are just like, how many kin did I actually encounter in the game? Because it felt like 90% of the time I was fighting big animals entities that could be loosely described as people, or something in between. I think, like, I can count on one hand the number of times I ran into something that was truly, like, I look at it and I'm like, I don't know what that is. I cannot identify that. Yeah. Yeah, flat 40% makes your heals stronger. But I mean, like, uh, I've always, that's a part of math that I've always struggled with. Like, how does, it doesn't make your blood vials stronger, like, it just makes them, it keeps them in proportion. Um, you know, what actually, it seems to me that what would actually contribute to making them stronger is having more damage reduction stats, like your defenses, that actually help you hold on to that HP. Because if you lose HP just as easily with 1,000 HP as you do with 2,000, then what's the extra, quote-unquote extra, from blood vials really doing? Some weapons have no business scaling at certain pegs. Yeah, Saw Spear being a prime example. Has no need. Yeah, I did not understand. Like, it seemed like everything. It seemed like everything had arcane scaling. Let me look at this. Yeah. All right. Dude, everything has arcane scaling of some kind. Everything. It also felt like, it seemed like elemental damage of any kind, like all of it funnels into and from your arcane stat. That's the impression I got anyway. So it felt like it was kind of like, what do they call it? I can't remember the names of the stats from Dark Souls. Faith, I think. Wasn't it Faith? Faith was the healing one, and Faith was white mage, intelligence was black mage. Wasn't that kind of the, I can't remember if I got the names right, but anyway. It felt like it was kind of like those two stats combined. Plus item discovery, so I mean, maybe it seems appetizing, even if it in fact really isn't. The more insight you have, the more the enemies in Yharnam change, getting more attacks, stronger, and different. Yeah, I feel like insight is like just a fuck you mechanic. Like, compared to humanity, it feels like just a fuck you mechanic. And, you know, but like, the fact that it had no benefits and you didn't lose it, like, you've lost humanity along with all your souls when you died in Dark Souls. And then you had to, even if you got it back, you would have to spend, you would permanently lose at least one to reverse your hollowing if that was important to you. So, like, literally every time you die, you would lose one humanity if you were interested in not being hollow. Bloodstain or not. So that felt like, I don't know, that, to me that added to the challenge, but also made it, there was the risk was proportionate to the reward was proportionate, or at least closer to proportionate to the risk. In this game, I'm just like, there's so much risk, my heart's slamming, my blood's about to just fucking burst out of my veins, and like, I'm just like, there's a lot of risk. Why am I doing this again? I like, get up and hit the John, and then, like, while I'm in there, be like, What are the words to complete that sentence? Yeah, anytime I would take a break, I would go and like reapply like my fucking antiperspirant and shit because I'm just like, ugh, this is actually just making me feel gross physically. Saw spear. Okay. Give me an example. You had about 550 damage on your spear at the moment with 25 strength plus skill and Ludwig's at plus 10. You'd have about 350. And that's common on a first playthrough. That feels like it would just... Is it just me, or would the final boss not have, like... Or the final boss... Would that guy not have, like, just melted under 350 attack? Is that what I... Wait. I had about 150 damage on my spear. Wait, no I don't. Or do I? I don't know. I can't with the numbers right now. Here, as soon as you get 30 insight, regardless of how far you are in the game, they appear by default after killing Rom. Rom was the most, like, obnoxious, annoying, difficult, but also easy boss of the game. I really hate that thing. I think it's gotten more ire from me just because I had to fight it again in one of those Chalice dungeons. And I was just like, not you again, fuck off. Missed most of your New Game Plus DS1 and run suddenly. Chikage would have been a great weapon for you to deal damage with. The issue is that you really didn't have the HP to be able to use its blood form. The other thing is, yeah, with like a couple of exceptions mostly achieved through those expensive-ass throwing knives, I don't think I was ever able to apply a status effect with a weapon. The rapid poison from that Chicago, whatever the fuck. I don't think I ever saw that ever happen. And, like, it seems like by the time you actually apply any of these status effects, if something's not dead from you hitting it so much, then you're probably about to be dead. I guess I don't know, maybe they just felt like they needed to nerf the shit out of status effects or something, I don't know. Yeah, I started to use the Chicago, whatever. I started to use the katana. Sephiroth's Moss Immune, whatever. But then yeah, I just couldn't deal with losing, like, massive chunks of my HP every second. You know the blue alien things under Celestial Nightmares? Okay. Okay, so those things are not common at all. Like, for something to have its own, like, stat on your character sheet dedicated to, like, bonus damage against them, I'd expect them to be a lot more common. Arcane scaling is for when you put an elemental gem on it, yeah. Well, wait a second, so... You know, it's crazy, I really enjoyed this weapon, and I thought that I got decently good at it, but what is the arcane on this weapon doing? Is it useful? Like, how does it work? Because I can't put elements on this weapon, it's actually impossible, so the arcane's gotta be doing something, though. Insight makes you see the dream for what it really is, you see the world more of the nightmare it is. Oh, well, that makes sense, because it's insight. That's clever. Hello? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I just beat the game, so I'm having a celebratory powwow where I shed all of my baggage. Anyway, what is this? Arcane's, yeah. Chalice dungeons do not scale with New Game Plus. Wait, so the stupid Chalice dungeons don't... They're gonna be... I can actually over-level those things? So I can go and like level up to like level 150 and just go and smoke all of those stupid dungeons. That's awesome. I have no idea why anyone would subject themselves to that on their first playthrough, though. Okay. Like, eaten 3 of the umbilical cords? Oh, you mean used. Yeah, I found one and I used it, and then I found another one and I was like... When I used the other one, I just got some extra insight, so I don't really feel like using this one. That's a... Yeah. So so there's the... What is it? The... Something about a moonlight sword, this Ludwig's cannon thingy. What other, like, just stupid overpowered crap that I just miss? That I could have gotten in, like, that I wouldn't have had to go... Did I miss anything really good from, like, the main game that wasn't locked behind the stupid Chalice dungeons? Send Ariana to the clinic, which isn't good, but you killed the fake Yosefka or Ram. Yeah. Wait, a fake Yos... Huh? Alright, well, time to hit the wiki. Oh wow, you guys weren't lying, that was pretty thorough. I found most of the... Looks like most of the weapons. Oh, and then there... Oh my god. Oh, I feel so vindicated. There's almost as many weapons in the fucking DLC as there are in the main game. This is what I say to that. Just... DLC is supposed to be like the whipped cream and the toppings, not half the fucking pie. What about guns? Ludwig's rifle. There's a cannon? The hell is this? It's literally... I love it. This doesn't even have a fancy name. It's just called cannon. It uses 12 bullets? Okay, I probably wasn't missing out on much. And it has a 30 strength requirement. Okay, so it's another fuck you weapon. Another fuck you if you invest in anything other than strength for your character. For every weapon in Bloodborne, there's 11 weapons in Elden Ring. That sounds fantastic. I will enjoy doing a very much not blind playthrough of that. Look at all these Carol runes. Oh my god, there's literally like 5 different versions of some of these that I only got one of. Oh my god, I was totally right. I don't even feel bad about it now. Like let me just hit Control F and type in the word chalice on this page. Or no, here, I'll be more specific. Chalice dungeon. No, that won't work. Chalice. 33 matches on the Carol Rune page. So, like, at least half of this crap is locked in Chalice dungeons. I don't know how you must be very fussy because I would just be like a kid in a candy store. I'd be like, oh, look at this. This thing looks cool. I would eventually pick out my favorites, but, you know, I do not like, especially on my first playthrough of anything, I do not like hyper-focusing on one thing. It actually, because in my opinion, it makes the game more boring because there's less choices and fun stuff. And also easier because you hyper-focus on that one thing and therefore you get really overpowered in it. And I usually like spreading myself a little bit thin in various ways for games just because it lets me experiment, but it also lets me, it inadvertently makes it more challenging. Bit off more than I could chew with this, though. Anyway. Alright. This is going on hiatus. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about it some more for, once I start the next thing, but yeah. Pokemon Infusion is next, and, it's gonna be like just a vacation. So, we'll see you comrades later for that, either tomorrow or the day after, one or the other. Take care.